action!
But you can't deny there's a possibility the murder could have happened in the lounge. All that video shows is a man helping his fellow astronaut out.
Silence.
And if you play the video backwards, he's putting the blood back into the body.
Everything is in context. My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
Queen Pib, in stereo where available. And where not available, it's not in stereo. There's nothing we can do about that, so don't blame us. We have no control over it. Call your internet service provider if there's some sort of a problem, or the local Twitch server. But if they're not giving you stereo and you want stereo, that's your problem, not ours. Don't bug us. Complain to your congressman or Newt Gingrich, like I'm sure he'd care. Ha! But we don't want to get any letters. Understand? Good.
Welcome to Queen Pib on Twitch, where your time is well wasted. Here we play the games of the 80s, the games of the 90s, the games of the aughts, and occasionally the games of the beyond. And now, your host, who totally isn't doing their own intro, Patricia Inga Bogart.
Look, the best time for everything to have been over was a month ago. The second best time was today. Good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time of day it is. Welcome to the show. Hope you're having a good day so far. Let me tell you who's not having a good day right now, the goddamn Trump campaign.
See, the thing between the Joe Biden campaign, or I guess the campaign formerly known as the Joe Biden campaign, and the Trump campaign, I was wondering why my lighting was off, and I realized this key light's not on. No wonder all my lighting's been all fucked up. That's much better. The key issue that the Trump campaign and the Biden campaign had was that each one would lose to a generic version of their opponent. So in polling, and this is all pre-debate, Joe Biden would lose to generic Republican, whatever that means, and then Donald Trump would lose to generic Democrat, whatever that means. So Joe Biden finally, putting the goddamn country above himself, has announced he has lost all momentum. So, while we don't know for absolute certain who will be taking over as the presumptive nominee for the Democrats in the election, we can be very much rest assured that at least it'll be someone under the age of 80. So at least we got that going for us. All right. Wait, no, that's the speech for the end of the show. Let's start from the top and make it drop. So we got here bright and early on a Sunday night. She hasn't dated in a genocide. Yeah, she's been an accessory dating in a genocide. But I know she doesn't have mashed potato between the ears. So at least there's that. I mean, we don't call her Cop Mala for no reason. Gimmick Puppet displays salad, Crazy Two Shades, Ravaging Marvel, Lightlink, King Monster, Celeste, welcome on in. Hello, Stormy. Baseball Special, Zodiacos as well, Elizabeth Lumen, Paul Squall, welcome on in. Hello, Zilla as well, MSK, Bell Blue, welcome on in. I continue to scroll here. You're voting for Kamala because she sounds like a delicious candy bar. New from the Nestle Corporation. A Gimmick Puppet as well, Cupcake the Fox, welcome on in. Kayla as well, how you doing there? We're all caught up. It's a Sunday and we're a little early, so that's why things will be a little bit quiet until things start to pop the fuck off. So of course the story of the day is of course Joe Biden stepping down. Kamala Harris is the presumptive front runner for the nominee. I mean, any number of things could happen between now and the Democratic National Convention, but she has received the endorsement of Joe Biden, and it seems all the donations have started flowing in again. So it seems likely she's going to be the candidate, and so far it seems the GOP are struggling to find anything to really tar her with. All they can find is the coconut line and her just laughing weird. And it's like, look, I will take a cringe neolib over a neolib who was alive before World War II was a thing. Or just slightly before World War II ended, actually. Yeah, that's it. He was born in, like, what, 44? Joe Biden was born in 44, I think? Something along those lines. I'll take someone who wasn't alive when high-button shoes were still in style. Now, that being said, of course, there's no shortage of people who are also going to be, she's not much better. She's a cop. She put people away. She's aiding and abetting a genocide. That's true. I'm not saying that you're wrong to hold those opinions. It's just, wow, amazing what we can do when we just want something. Hey, a candidate who's under the fucking age of 80. What a concept. Which means now, hey, Trump, who's the old fart, huh? Who's the old fart now, asshole? That would be the best thing, Ravaging Marvel, that Hillary Clinton gets to live to see a world where a woman becomes president and it's not her. That would actually be pretty cool. So, I don't know. Whatever happens, happens. I'm just sitting. All I know, I was doing yard work for 3 hours. Come in. Why is my phone blowing up with notifications? I go, oh, something's happened. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. But it seems people are already energized about the possibility of Kamala Harris. And, I mean, look, I'm not a gigantic fan of her either. Hey, Mark Wahlberg. But you remember the episode of The Simpsons where Skinner gets fired as the principal and Flanders comes in and replaces him, and then Flanders does a prayer in a public school and they fire him and bring Skinner back? The little conversation they have at the end where Leopold says something like, you sure you want to give that guy's job back? And then Superintendent Chalmers looks at him and goes, at least he seems to know the children's names. That's basically me on the subject. At least she knows people's names. The bar is underground. So does that, at least. I mean, it's a better pick. A bowl of cold tapioca would have been a better pick. So we'll see where that goes in the coming days. It's wild. Apparently his family was trying to encourage him to stay in. It's like, goddamn, just let the guy be old. Let him wake up in the morning. Okay, to be clear, Joe Biden is still the president. He has merely stepped down as the nominee. He will serve out his term. After which he will go home, watch Matlock for 2 weeks, and then probably fall over and die. Of old. Maybe he gets to 5-6 years out of him first. That'd be kind of nice. I don't know. I feel like people shouldn't die, you know? I feel like they should live and watch Matlock for several years. That's the best I think we can hope for people, that you live a little bit extra and you watch Matlock, I guess. Or maybe Columbo. Okay, you live an extra 2 years if you watch Matlock. You live an extra 6 years if you watch Columbo. There, we got it figured out. Some of the emotes have come back up. The Kirby lurk is back. Run is back, though in a cropped fashion. Still working on getting dance and other stuff up there. It's a process. I could scream all day about it, but then I'd never get around to playing Ace Attorney. And my shipper says we are down to 3 sets of the PIB chips. 3 sets remain. And whether they run out or end of day Saturday comes around, whichever happens first, they're going into the Disney Vault. So if you wanted one and you were waiting until the last minute, there's 3 sets left. It is the last minute. One person could literally come by and buy them all. So just putting that out there. All right, we got quite a bit of Ace Attorney in front of us. It's time for us to immediately jump back into court. We're continuing the cosmic turnabout. We have reason to believe that Mr. Solomon Starbuck did not commit the crime. Let's see where the hell that gets us. For anyone who might be new here, by the way, I am Queen Pib, Patricia Inga Bogart. You may also call me Trish, Queen of the Retro, Queen of the Ways of the Old, and your time on this channel, this fat-lipped, fat-hipped, fat-boobed, and fat-booted channel is well-wasted. Welcome on in. I have a gavel now. It sucks. It's made of plastic. It doesn't make a good sound. But I do have a gavel now, so I can go bonk if I have to. I have the technology. We have been playing Ace Attorney Dual Destinies for the last couple of weeks, and we're starting to approach endgame over here. Pibby said you're retro. This game's 11 years old. Look, you come by at the ass end of the week. We'll be playing a NES. It'll look old-timey then. It'll look really old-timey then. By the way, Nevbite as well. Inspector Saunders, welcome on in. Ace Chef as well. Yes, Madlock and Columbo on the TV with Ace Attorney on the Switch. You got it. All right. Who's ready to go back to court? Let's do this. Because we need to prove our client, Mr. Solomon Saul Starbuck, innocent of the crime of murder and, by association, I suppose, terrorism. Hey, chicken thing as well. I'm doing all right. I can't complain. We're immediately headed literally right back to court. Not wasting any time. Would all rise for the Right Honorable Judge Dumbass. I suppose we should reconvene the trial of Solomon Starbuck or something? Judge? Where'd you go?
Objection!
Your Honor? Could you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs. I promise. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. My apologies. I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. I mean, first the courtroom exploded. And then Mr. Tonate self-destructed. Well, I guess that's one way of describing what happened to Tonate. Anyway, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tonate's actions. So you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense? Do you have an understanding of what has happened in the trial so far? Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready. Very well. Is the prosecution also ready? You don't have to. Are you going to break your shackles again? Hey, Vintage. I love Vintage Vixen Shop as well. Welcome on in. I take it you'd like me to give the opening statement this time? Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader. Well, he's certainly seen more than his fair share of colorful prosecutors. I mean, you've got... Let's see, you've got Winston Payne, Gaspin Payne, you have Miles Edgeworth, Francisca Von Karma, Manfred Von Karma, Gatto, Clavier Gavin, he's seen quite a few people. Quite a few insufferable dickholes, so... You could say he's something of a veteran of sorts. Let's see, in the previous part of this trial, we learned that the victim, Clay Heron, escaped from Launchpad 1 carrying the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. There were explosions on the second floor of the Space Center and on the rocket itself. The two astronauts used the Launchpad 1 corridor to reach the boarding lounge. And how could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? That was the mystery that needed to be solved. The Mr. Justice proved the victim was killed in the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point? Upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice Stoner's argument was correct. So that means the testimonies of the first two people on the scene are suspect. There were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene. But can we truly trust their statements? Let's see, the two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. Hey, Misfit Murph Dog as well, welcome on in. And just as our team was about to cross-examine Detective Arm, the courtroom bombing incident occurred, and the trial was put on hold. That accursed fellow, he killed my witness! He killed Detective Arm! He definitely put the kibosh on anyone asking her about what she saw. Exactly. In other words, the question of who killed the victim in the boarding lounge has once again become the main focus of this trial. Well, it's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Mr. Starbuck. Fulbright said that Blackwell is a thing against the astronaut. Nevertheless, the defense argues there was a third person in the lounge, and that's who killed the victim.
Objection!
To make such reckless claims in a courtroom takes a bold man. Or a stupid one. There was no third person in the boarding lounge. Or have you gone dotty already? Old man.
Objection!
Hey, fuck you, asshole! We'll see who's the dotard after I trounce you with my years of experience, little boy. How old is he? 28! God, I've wasted my life. In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Alternate answer. How old is he again? 28! Oh, fuck, I'm dying. I'm sorry, was that an appropriate response? In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Furthermore, a Space Center employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene. They saw a third person? I see my sister has been running her mouth. That's right. I almost forgot that Aura is Prosecutor Blackwell's sister. Can she go on a date? No matter. She didn't see this mystery person's face clearly. Therefore, there is no evidence to indicate that this person was not the defendant. I guess the possibility that the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there. In brief, we need to determine if the third person was there or not. To this end, we should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene.
Director Cosmos, huh?
Very well. Bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand.
Oh boy, here we go. Thank you, boy. Welcome on in.
Why, I believe I've seen you before in the newspapers. Of course you have. Of course you have. For I am Yuri Cosmos, director of the Cosmos Space Center, which was of course named after me, Yuri Cosmos. I feel as though I am being left on red. Don't you have anything you wish to ask me?
Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging.
7 years ago, I successfully launched the Hit 1 and...
Oh.
Tough crowd, eh? Everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I am trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me. So could you please proceed directly to your important testimony? Tough crowd! I see this young lad has proper appreciation of greatness. Then allow me to begin my epochal testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history.
That speech of Prosecutor Blackwell's just now. It sounded more like he was poking fun at Director Cosmos. You think? It's probably for the best that it sailed right over the director's head.
Now then, Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please.
Hello, Kami Mommy, welcome on in. Yes, his cosmic scooter.
All right. Witness testimony, what I saw at the scene. Detective Urban and I rushed towards the building lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside. We saw a figure standing in middle of the lounge and talent lying on the floor. I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck.
That's quick and concise.
I see. So, in your testimony, you claim you arrived on the scene after the two had escaped from the launch pad to lounge. And just after the victim had been killed. Oh, the horror, the humanity. But what I said is what I saw, and what I saw is what I said. Courageous action to take in the face of such terrifying explosions, wouldn't you say? To save my men, I went personally into the epicenter of danger. Risking my own life for theirs.
Well, what do you know? It sounds like the director really cares about his man. Yeah, although it sounds more like he was just scared and had a peek from a far, far away.
Is the defense ready to cross-examine the witness?
I don't know, Your Honor. I get all the guy's spittle water off my face first.
Yes, Your Honor.
Director Cosmos' testimony is pretty vague. I'm going to have to press him and draw out more information before I do anything else. So, yeah, he didn't really give us much to work with, so we're going to have to poke and prod out him with a cattle prod or something. Detective Arm and you rush towards the boarding lounge together. Sure.
Hold it!
Where were you coming from?
The 6th floor. We were making sure any stragglers made their way to the 4th floor. It was then we heard about Starbuck and Terran and hurried to the 3rd floor lounge. Owned by Galactic Scooter here, of course.
Why do you keep calling it galactic? Does it have something to do with space?
Of course, it's specifically designed to be used on galactic battleships.
I see. Then I take it works in 0G too?
Sadly, no. With current state of technology as it is, I'm afraid it will just float around and be galactically useless.
Well, that's a galactic bummer.
I see. So you rushed the boarding lounge on your space-age pogo stick? And when you got to the scene, what'd you see? I resent you calling it space-age pogo stick.
He went to the control and peeked in for a minute to see what was going on inside.
Hold it!
Hey, by the way, an opponent will come on in. Let's see. According to this diagram, you didn't have to go to the control room to get to boarding lounge 1. It looks like you could have gone there from the southern corridor as well.
Yes, but in her haste, Detective Arm rushed ahead of me towards control room. All I could do was merely follow behind her.
I see.
So they peeked into the boarding lounge from control room door and...
Okay, continues. You saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge and Terran lying on the floor.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see who that figure was clearly or what they were doing.
Sadly, only thing I could tell was that it was person standing motionless. The defendant, no doubt, staring aghast at his deed. What other explanation is there?
So close, but without evidence, I can't prove that person's the third party.
I don't relish in this, and...
Okay. You have to imagine the figure was Starbuck. Why's that?
Hold it!
Aura Blackwell also saw a suspicious figure in the lounge. Hey, Kyle, welcome on in. But she gave the statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Did you see this figure's face clearly?
No, not clearly. The lighter they were holding illuminated area around their feet at the time. But other than that, I could see little else. That's why I could see Terran, but I couldn't see who other person was.
So for all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck. Isn't that correct?
I would like to believe that. Starbuck isn't type of man who's capable of murder.
Objection!
When the witness entered the boarding lounge, there was no third person there. Isn't that correct, Great Space Center Director? Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Terran were there by that time. After we picked in, the lounge suddenly went dark and the figure vanished.
You mean they disappeared? That's odd.
Objection!
The reason the figure appeared to vanish is because it was the defendant. When the witnesses weren't looking, he fell to the floor and feigned unconsciousness.
Hold it!
A likely story. Hold on. Director Cosmos, did you ever take your eyes off the scene?
Just for a brief instant, about as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by.
If you took your eyes off the scene, then this third person could have escaped during that time.
What escape route could this person have used?
The direction opposite the control room, the southern door to the elevators. There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way.
Objection!
All things are possible, right, Jono? The real question is, do you have any proof?
Well, I've got hearsay and conjecture. Those are kinds of proof.
If we're just talking possibilities, we could each profess whatever we like. An inmate who used to be a university professor and lunar researcher used to say that there is a kingdom of little green men who live under the surface of the moon.
As long as they don't punish us in the name of said moon for what we've done to it.
But I say, where's your proof that this quaint kingdom exists?
He's calling a theory a work of fiction, boss.
And he's right.
I don't have any proof yet. Still, the southern door was a possible escape route. I'd better make a mental note of that. Director Cosmos, may I ask you a question?
Yes?
Are you that's the most dangerous question ever someone walks in for the first time. If I ask you a question, entire mod team goes on alert. Why did you look away from the boarding lounge at all? Is he on a segue? No, it's, would the stenographer please read back? Oh, we can't see that far back, but he calls it his galactic scooter. Why did you look away from the boarding lounge?
Yeah, there's actually another tale of bravery behind answer to that. It was when Detective Arms saw the figure and raised her gun. Being great humanitarian and protector of mankind, I tried to stop her.
What? You're saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure?
I imagine her instincts as detective told her they were the killer.
I don't know about that. And were you able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun?
I'm afraid I was too late. I was unable to stop her. She identified herself clearly, and then she fired 2 warning shots at shadowy figure.
This information about Detective Arm's actions sounds critically important. Please add it to your testimony. All right, go on. You're telling me Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots at a figure. How come we only found evidence of 1 bullet hole?
Objection!
Are you sure you were really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing?
You doubt my words? Words that will someday be written down in history books?
Chill down there, Galactic Grandpa. Somehow, I don't think that those exact words will ever be written down in any history books.
Mr. Rat, could you please explain yourself so we can all understand?
Harley will come on in as well. You say that Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, and yet only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene.
What?
She could have hit the target. Only 1 bullet hole means the gun was only fired once. And yet Director Cosmos is saying Detective Arms fired 2 shots. No editor would allow such a glaring contradiction into a history book.
Objection!
You'd be surprised these days.
Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. We confirmed that 2 shots were fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Objection!
Well, then present it. But there was only 1 bullet hole at the scene. Where did the other bullet hole vanish to? Ah! Nobody get this falcon out of my damn face.
You should know the answer to that already.
I should?
During the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. We've already discussed that it was ruptured in the lounge, have we not?
Oh shit.
Well, it appears that the thing that ruptured it was a bullet. A bullet was found near the tank, to be precise. This bullet was fired from a .38 caliber gun, the same caliber as the detective's gun.
You guys are carrying 38 specials in 2013? Surely the constables of California are carrying 9 mils or 45 calibers. Surely. Surely they are. Surely. Where did Phoenix Wright come from? He's always been here, stable mind. What? Oxygen tank data has been updated in the court record. Apparently it was struck by a bullet.
The rifling marks also match up. There's no question that the bullet was fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Bullet from Arm's gun added to the court record was fired from a .38 caliber. Maybe I'll just pretend it's a .380 automatic.
Rifling marks,
I believe we prefer to use the term striations, but yes.
they're like a gun's fingerprint on a bullet, correct? And examining the rifling marks on a bullet can tell us if the gun it was fired from. One of the bullets the detective fired found its way into the holographic image display. The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank. The evidence confirms the director's statement that the detective fired 2 shots.
My beautiful contradiction. Gone. All gone. So that bullet hole was from a .380, right? I better update the record. The bullet hole has been updated, reflected was fired from a .380.
Very good. Now we know the fate of both the shots Detective Arm fired. Mr. Rat, does that clear up all your questions?
Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display, and the other hit the oxygen tank. Does that really clear up everything about what happened at the scene? No, it doesn't! No, Your Honor, it doesn't! Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from a .38 caliber gun, but that doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence found at the scene. A piece that points to the existence of a third person.
Oh? Very well, but it won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Rat. What piece of evidence suggests the possibility of a third person at the scene?
The highly irregular 10 caliber bullet we found at the scene.
Take that!
And what is this metal pellet supposed to be?
Just a little something of great importance we found at the crime scene, Your Honor.
You found it where?
In a floor gutter at the crime scene. It looks like the police and prosecution both missed it. Furthermore, this is a 10 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than one of Detective Arm's .380s.
Then that means...
Exactly. One more person must have been there in the lounge. A third person who had a gun that could fire 10 caliber bullets. As a general purpose reminder to those of you who may not be budding firearm experts, a 10 caliber is not a standard caliber. This would be something custom made, which to me says both irregular and government, but that's just me. And if that were true, it explains why Detective Arm fired warning shots. This third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun, and in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos?
Yeah, It looks like you deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us.
What's this now? Why the fuck you only mention this now?
What? You never breathed a word of any of this to me before? Yeah, well, all great men have secret or two, don't you know? Foolish old geezer.
So, Director Cosmos really has been hiding the presence of a third person all along. Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw.
You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom you are just another witness. You won't receive special treatment here. Now, please give accurate testimony, you fuck.
I like to think he said that, so you're gonna have to deal with it. What I really saw at the scene, what I really saw.
Detective Ehrman and I rushed to the control room together. In rounds, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and tearing on the floor. They were still in control room to the east when the figure fired at us.
Oh.
Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it, does this mean the person who fired the gun had to have been the defendant?
No, Your Honor. Not necessarily. It's still possible that it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection!
Double-edged swords are a tricky lot. Which handle one, and it is you who's cut down.
Huh? Did I fuck you on about?
Your reasoning could apply if Spaceboy were the killer as well. Think about it. After being discovered, you could have fired the 10 caliber gun. Detective Arm would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All he had to do was feign unconsciousness to invent the possibility of third person.
Objection!
But Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by police. Nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there was a third party who took it with them.
Objection!
Recall the existence of a trash chute in the boarding lounge. The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute.
Objection!
Oh, we're amped up today. But you can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving with the weapon.
Objection!
It's up to you to prove that possibility. And I trust you haven't forgotten my little piece of decisive evidence.
What evidence?
Why, the detonator switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, naturally. The most compelling piece of all that tells us he is the culprit.
Yeah. I did forget about all that. Well, that fucking sucks.
Look, your baldness, how deliciously obvious it is they lack the evidence to rival mine.
Wow, he sliced our third person theory to ribbons and served it to us just like that. Fuck.
Yes, well, I have a question of my own, actually. That bullet that the mysterious figure shot, what did it hit exactly? It hits me. So does that mean you're a ghost? I was wondering when you would realize it's your baldness. Director Cosmos is an authentic, bona fide ghost. He could even pass through walls. Hey!
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman. Oh, come on!
Your baldness. It was all in jest. Please show yourself again. Are you sure? Well, in that case, you Little bastard, you. How did you manage to survive being shot, Director Cosmos? I'm glad you asked. It was miracle befitting great history-making figures such as myself. A bullet hit glorious Medal of Honor, whereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life. What?
Oh, shit. That's unbelievable. The guy who tried to shoot you had a better aim than the guy who tried to shoot Trump. I have to check this out. Oh, wow. Look at that. There's one extra Galaxy star. Yeah, you're right. I was kind of wondering why one of them kind of looked off center. It's not a star. It's a bullet impact. The odds are literally astronomical. I guess it really was a miracle. It's beginning to really feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos.
Why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmos? A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. It is plight of truly great. It may be hard to this generation to understand.
I don't know, but it sounds funky to me. What else is he hiding? I don't know. Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out.
Now then, Mr. Rat, your cross-examination, please.
Okay, so apparently he'd been shot and the bullet ricocheted? Interesting theory. Yeah, he's one of those men suffering silence guys. Yep. You rushed to the control scene together. You saw a figure in the middle of the room. You're still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at you. This is his previous testimony, but now we have evidence to poke holes in it. So you were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at you. So the bullet was found on the south wall of the boarding lounge. You were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at you. I don't know, like... The bullet found in the victim's oxygen tank was fired from a .38 caliber handgun. Then... Where is the big stupid screen relative to everything else? Where's that? She's a bad shot. So yeah, the video screen is alongside the outer wall on the northwest side. Okay, so we have an understanding of this. It was made by a bullet from a .38 caliber 380. I'm gonna go ahead and do the safety save strat, because I know who I'm dealing with here, me. I mean, it stands to reason that we have to press him using a piece of evidence we didn't have before. So,
Holding!
let me just press him first. So, in other words, you were fired at while you're at the control room door.
It is correct.
There's something not quite right about that. Director Cosmos, the bullet this person fired hit you, isn't that right?
Yes, it was miracle. Miracle befitting great history-making figures such as myself. But the figure fired hit me while I was in control room. But as Cosmos would have it, bullet bounced off glorious Medal of Honor.
In that case, the bullet should have wound up somewhere around the control room door. Except it hadn't. So that's the problem right there. Assuming the bullet ricochets off of him, we should have found it on the north side of the room, not the south wall.
Objection!
Director Cosmos, I believe you're telling this great court a glorious lie.
A great man like me tells lie. Have you ever heard of such thing in all history?
Yeah, the guy's running for president. My accusation is based on the positions of the people who were in the lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective Arm were near the control room door, and the mystery figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired a gun at you from this position, then the bullet would have traveled in this direction. However, we found the 10 caliber bullet here on the south side of the room. Oh! This trajectory and where the bullet was actually found contradict each other. Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself just tell you? The bullet hit his medal. Of this, there is no mistake.
Objection!
Yeah, I'm not questioning that. But in that case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to say you can explain this inconsistency? Well, fuck you then. Oh, of course. I didn't think so. Oh, wait, what?
Oh, great, Director Cosmos. Yes? Is there something you'd like me to expound upon? You were in fact not in the control room to the east, were you? You were looking into the lounge from the door to the south. Is that not right?
Well, what are you getting at?
Use your own brain. Your head must have some use other than housing that bird's nest.
Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick on my hair?
Director Cosmos and the detective witnessed the scene from the southern door. The killer fired at them there, and that is why the bullet was found in the south.
Ah! That makes some sense, actually.
Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favorable for the prosecution.
Huh? I've got a bad feeling about this.
How about it, Director, if you don't tell the truth this time? Oh, shit. Yikes! His handcuffs? You will become but rust upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man. All right, I'll tell the truth. Just put your sword away. You are correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos, was looking into the room from the southern door.
What? That's the complete opposite of all the testimony he's given so far.
And now you have lost your possibility that a third person was in the room.
Yeah, but why do you have to lie about it? I have? How?
The director and the detective were near the southern door, meaning the killer couldn't have escaped through there. The western door required print recognition. The corridor beyond was filled with smoke. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door. And the only way to get through there was with Director Cosmos' fingerprints.
Ah!
In short, there would be no escape for any third person had there been one.
Ah! My third person just disappeared. Like in one of Trucy's magic tricks. We don't say into where, though. It's uncomfortable.
Order! Order in the court! Director Cosmos, why did you tell such an outrageous lie?
Oh, this is gonna be good.
You were covering for the defendant, isn't that right? Yes, it was all the love of my men. If I said I was in Eastern Control Room, it would mean culprit could have escaped through southern door. It would mean that there could have been a third person. All I wanted was to protect Starbuck. I said I was in control room to invent an escape route for third person.
What a convoluted lie. Was he really covering for the defendant?
It looks like we come to a conclusion that the defendant's argument, the possibility of a third person, has crumbled.
No!
It's over.
Yikes. The judge is about to hand down his verdict. Think, Phoenix, think! This is the perfect time to try and turn my thinking around. If a third person had no way of escaping the scene, then what if one of the people at the scene was this third person? Wait, what if the whole premise is all wrong? Director Cosmos said that he and Detective Orm rushed to the scene together. But what if that premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one? And if that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person. Hey, Aubrey, I love the thick accent. Why, thank you.
The defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim and shot at the director. There doesn't appear to be any room for argument against these claims. I will now render my verdict with my big stupid hammer that I bought on eBay. It's really cool. It sounds like shit, though.
Objection!
What? I gotta put this thing down now?
Please wait, Your Honor. There is still one possibility.
Oh? This had better be good, Mr. Wright. Because my echo is still on.
There is one and only one person who could have escaped from the scene. And that person would be the first person who arrived on the scene. Then, upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person to arrive came via the southern door. That's why the first person fled from the room, using an escape route that was accessible only to them.
Very well. Let's hear more about this theory. Who is this one person who could have escaped from the boarding lounge?
The only person that could have escaped from the boarding lounge is, by definition, the witness.
Take that!
What? But that's... Mr. Wright, what are you claiming here?
Of all the people who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door, after all.
But that means...
Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness, Director Yuri Cosmos!
What?
What?
Order! Order in the court, I say! Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself in more detail.
I assert that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm and entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Arm arrived after that and scared the crap out of Rio with the gavel. Saw a suspicious figure who was actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. And that's why she fired those 2 warning shots.
Yeah! I've been hit! I've been hit on starboard side!
Captain Wright, it's a direct hit on the enemy ship, sir. A magnificent shot.
All units, we have a code red. Do not attempt
Amalgamated Raiders, hello, welcome on in. Welcome on in Amalgamated Raiders. I am Queen Pib, Patricia Bogart. Jimmy also call me Trish. Queen of the retro, queen of the ways of the old, and as it happens right now, the queen of the court. And your time on this channel, this fat-lipped, fat-hipped, fat-boobied, and fat-booted channel is well wasted. Welcome on in. What was you up to over there? We are playing Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. We're on the Cosmic Turnabout case, and we're nailing a witness to the wall. We're speeding down the mountains of Mount Justice at breakneck pace. And of course, I do 11 butzillion silly voices to really drag the whole thing together. Thank you so much for coming on by with your folks. Time so well wasted, damn right, Gandalf. Getting good at Elden Ring DLC. Perfect, get good at it so I don't have to. Rim shot. Nah.
Warning shots fired from enemy ship. Prepare to intercept. Cosmos, you're told a lie in this court once again. I make it. I hit the port side. Enemy is called reinforcements.
Earth to Cosmos Control Center, requesting permission to ask that you return to reality. Oops, there goes gravity.
But my ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence.
Objection!
But I do have evidence. In fact, you could say that your battleship bears its scar. If Director Cosmos is the third person Orabac Blackwell saw, this third person fired a Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos?
Yeah, it looks like you deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person hired upon us.
Director Cosmos must have been the one who fired the 10 caliber gun. When Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge, it only makes sense that he would have turned and shot at her. Therefore, the evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. And Zodiacos just kind of wants me to do this. That sound right? Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you receive from the third party will all be all the proof we need to prove that you were the one there in the lounge.
Brace the feather impact.
Comparison against this piece of evidence will prove that you were the one in the lounge, the 380.
Take that!
The 380 bullet found at the floor of the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. It hit Director Cosmos's metal. If we have that ricochet mark on the metal analyzed, I'm sure the caliber will match up. And if that mark proves to be from a 38 caliber bullet, it will prove that you are the third person we've been looking for.
Bridge is destroyed. Closing altitude. All hands, abandon ship.
I have to check something. Trying to see if somebody's made an emote of that on BTTV. I can't find it. Surely someone's made this as an emote. No? Well, I guess I'm going to have to be the one who does it. If no one's made an emote of that before, then by God, it's just gonna have to be me. Stand down from Red Alert.
If that's true, then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank?
It was the 10 caliber bullet. In other words, it was the bullet fired by Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, director?
No, he's got it all wrong. What? Engines have started again? It's miracle. I'm not going down yet. Witness, stop this at once and confess to the truth.
If you don't want the history books to say that a great man was a great liar, then accept your fate and tell the truth.
Are you giving me orders? Me, the great director of the Cosmos Space Center. But Cosmos revolves around me.
Low-key a great voice actor. I mean, I got plenty of voices. I just need direction.
Someone gets me off this thing!
Order! Order in the court! And will someone please stop the witness from spinning? I haven't seen someone spinning around this badly since, Is anybody watching this on YouTube who doesn't know what just happened because I had to clip it out because NVC is run by a bunch of jagoffs? No one's spun that bad since the Mark Jensen family Christmas. Like, I can't find that on YouTube, so I know I'm going to have to hack that out of the VOD. Anyway. Ooh, you're not looking so good.
Phew! Thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off the face of the earth.
Yeah, I'm gonna barf. Yeah, so is Director Cosmos. They don't stop his fucking Segway.
While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running an analysis on the mark on the metal. It was made by a 380 automatic bullet, matching it with the size of Detective Arm's firearm.
See, what's missing is this. When you have the stars going around your head, this should be like the sound effect, you know? Like the little twinkling of the stars. If you don't have that, then why are we even doing this? Actually, give me one more clearer shot of this, please, and thank you. Thank you.
Are you ready to confess the truth, witness? No, you've got it all wrong. It's just a misunderstanding.
It's a song by Genesis? Is he gonna start piling on more lies? It looks like it. But no matter how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. Oh. All right. Think they should charge you with perjury and make it a mistrial? No, I'm with you on that one. I am Dallas Corgi, I am. Hey, Adam Rainstopper, by the way, how you doing? All right, well, let's continue.
Slam. Director Cosmos, a new possibility has been presented by the defense. They are claiming that you were this third person.
Actually, what does it sound like if I get the actual stupid fucking thingy that came with this gavel here. The ice cream truck came by. Oh, well, you have to go with that. In this summer. Your mileage may vary. They're claiming that you were this third person.
Forgive me. I'm so sorry. So the great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous car. I only have one question for the likes of you. Shall I send you off quickly or very quickly?
The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos, so don't try to talk your way out of this.
Fine, I'll tell the truth. It is all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It is true, I was there in the boarding lounge. I got there before Detective R, and then she arrived. She fired warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for killer, so I escaped to the control room.
I mean, if a cop is shooting at you, fleeing is the appropriate response. So I can't fault him for that. This cop is trying to kill him.
I then went past the elevators and all the way around the building round one again.
Like, I know sometimes that happens. It makes sense. My kitchen was 2 ways in and out of it. Sometimes I go one way to get around to the other side. Also, computer, are you okay? Computer, are you doing okay? Do I gotta close that Mark Jensen family Christmas thing? Okay, I'm assuming you're okay now, computer.
I came up behind Detective R and pretended to be second on the scene. What a troublesome old man you are, with such convoluted deeds and thoughts. I see. So then, are you still insisting you did not kill the victim? Of course I am. When I arrived at lounge alone, I saw the true killer. The great Yuri Cosmos was hastily making witness.
Hold it!
This accent for the seaman is very Kira and our man Bashir coded. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Hey, boy, shut. Nah. Now, hold on just one moment. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Miss Aura Blackwell saw was you.
No, it wasn't me. I saw the person as well. If I were the killer, why would I lie to cover for Starbuck? I would just leave him to take the fall.
That is an excellent point.
All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in control room to invent escape route for third person.
Well, it makes some sense if he told those lies to cover for Mr. Starbuck. Still, a lie is a lie, Athena. So Director Cosmos claims he's not the culprit, but where's the proof? Where's the beef?
Ugh, I just remembered. I have alibi. Miss Blackwell said she saw killer at 10 a.m., correct?
Yes. And? I like that screenshot.
Well, I was on 4th floor helping with evacuation effort. Ask any member of staff you'd like. They'll corroborate me. The director is not fibbing to the court for once. I confirm he has an alibi for the time specified.
So, you're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime first at 10 a.m.? And that you arrived at the lounge after that? A lie is a lie and you didn't fall out of a coconut tree when you were born? Really? You're sure about that, right? You're really sure? You're 100% positive that you didn't fall out of that coconut tree? Well, you sure?
Everything is in context. My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
By God, if I have to have a genocidal president, I'd like it to be Kamala Harris. If I have to have a genocide enabler as a president, it may as well be her. And that you arrived at the lounge after that.
Yes, and I believe the person I saw is the same person Miss Blackwell saw. Although it was pitch black, so it was more of shadowy figure and less the person. And I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely silhouette of Earthling.
As long as he has an alibi, we can very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer. No, we can't. Then again, maybe we don't need to yet. I wonder if he was really covering for Mr. Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person he saw.
Very well. Director Cosmos, your testimony, please.
You mean Biden might? No, okay. Okay, Adam, if you're not actually aware of this, this Biden has declined the nomination. This actually happened today. You may be wondering why everyone's talking about Kamala Harris running for president. It's because he is. I understand it must feel weird having it delivered to you in this manner. But we're not making that up. He pulled out about 6 hours ago. You must have been living in that coconut tree. Honestly, that's the best place if you don't have to hear shit like that. Anyway, what he really witnessed.
As I tried to enter the lounge, threw killer inside fired gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot. But then I tried to get another look that had vanished into thin air. I was near elevator side door and, well, launchpad one door. And the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer.
You think this is actually how most people should learn of important news? You know, Portia, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, you know what? I would take Hunter Biden for president, but Kamala's will. I mean, like I said, she's under the age of 75. That's good enough for me. We live in hell. So you were shot at by the killer as well. And then they disappeared?
Yes, though luckily no harm came to my glorious body.
A Harris Hunter ticket. Actually, the current reigning theory is that it's going to be, assuming she does indeed get the nomination, the likely indicator seems to be that it would be California Governor Gavin Newsom, the alleged Democrat. He's apparently canceled all of his engagements for the next week. So he seems to be a likely candidate. I prefer my boy JB Pritzker, but maybe he ain't ready for the national stage yet. Anyway,
yes, though luckily no harm came to my glorious body. Unfortunately, the bullet hit Terran's oxygen tank. I know because I heard bang. This must have been sound of the tank being ruptured.
Wait, but I thought the bullet hit his metal. That was Detective Arm's bullet, remember? Right. What a mess this is turning into. So, let me see. Yeah, that would be the problem to be a double California ticket, so who the hell knows? Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Taryn and his killer... See, if anything, I see Kamala Harris not really as a California ticket, but just as an East Coast Washington, D.C., because, you know, she's the vice president, but what the hell do I know? Anyway. The culprit shot the 10 caliber bullet at him. Right, but it actually hit Mr. Taryn's oxygen tank and ruptured it. And then the killer disappeared, and the director went into the boarding lounge. When Director Arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him. Judging by his medal, it looks like one of them almost took him out too. Good summary, but that doesn't explain where our mystery killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when this figure disappeared.
I'm ashamed to admit I tried to hit myself when I was shot at, but when I peeked back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. I rushed into lounge straight away to investigate. But what I found was Talon with knife in chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor.
We have a culprit who vanished from a scene that had no escape route.
Vanished without trace. It's truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence.
A riddle of the ages indeed, but I'd rather know. How will a fibbing leech such as you can be lauded as great?
I think Elon Musk once said that. Your friend argued this. People always say she's not perfect. We shouldn't support her, but yet it is. We stay away from. Well, I mean, is she the best candidate? No. By definition, the best candidate will never run for president because the kind of person who should have that kind of power is someone who doesn't want it. And therein lies the contradiction. It is impossible to have someone run for president who doesn't want the power. So we will never have the perfect candidate. The point is that people have more faith in her to, live than the other guy. It's a low bar, but she crosses it.
A great man is always misunderstood in his own time. But he must remain true to himself, even if those around him don't understand.
Wow, that might be the first true statement he said all day. But how do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly?
Simple, because he was Space Boy himself. When he was spotted by the director at Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness. That would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea with a vanishing culprit.
I want to raise an objection, but I don't have any counter evidence. Director Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor?
No, because it was as dark as black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck until other person vanished and I entered the room.
That wasn't exactly helpful.
I'm prepared to accept your surrender, right, Dono?
I can't find any holes in this testimony, but I can't give up. Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help? Oh no, are we doing pseudoscience again? The problem with that reasoning is there's no limit to how bad we'll let things get. Vote for less of evil if you like to. Right, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, electoralism will not save us. It can forestall things, but it will not save us. A multi-pronged approach is required. And I think for the most part, people understand that. Because if voting fixed things, they'd be fixed by now. So, while the director was giving his testimony, I detected a cacophony of discord. Which means he's hiding his true feelings from us, huh? This just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. That'd be great, Athena. Let's see what you can do with him, and if the court will even let us do this bullshit. You got it, boss. I wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. You're at Cosmos. Prepare to hand over the secrets of your heart to me. Oh boy. All right. This can't be legal. I agree. As he tried to enter the lounge, true killer inside fired a gun. He hid to avoid getting shot. When he tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. He was near the elevator's side door, and well, the launch pad 1 door and the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer. So we're looking for something that doesn't fit. Why is he sad about the Launchpad 1 door?
Got it!
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the Launchpad door.
The great Cosmos? Afraid? What basis do you have for that outlandish accusation?
Whether I have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it. Why, thank you, Windows Defender. Thank you for the timely update. I did not ask for it.
I most certainly not.
You're confirming my system is not infected by CrowdStrike. Director Cosmos! There's something about the Launchpad door you're not telling us, isn't there? Wow, he's speechless. It looks like you hit the nail on the head, boss. It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be a knockout. There seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with his testimony. Go get him!
Okay, back in the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory.
As he tried into the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun. These emotions make sense. He had to avoid getting shot. Again, these all make sense. When you try another look, they'd vanish into thin air. Wouldn't you be shocked at that?
Got it!
You must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air.
I did. That kind of thing just doesn't happen. Usually.
And yet, at that time, you barely registered any shock at the occurrence.
What? What are you? Why don't you?
I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea of where they went. Isn't that right?
What? No, of course not. It's preposterous. Only I can enter the control room. And the elegant launchpad door was filled with smoke, making it impossible. And as the southern door, I was standing right there. So there was nowhere for Killer Toronto.
Maybe, or maybe not. You went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Taryn, yes? What if the culprit took that opportunity to silently slip out through the southern door?
I highly doubt it. As you recall, right after I entered the lounge, Detective Anne came rushing toward it herself via southern hallway. Anyone trying to escape through that would have been caught by her.
And yet the director wasn't surprised the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use? Would you care to revise your bullshit statement, sir? I'll just input those 2 pieces of data and yes, just what I wanted to say. Hey, we're down to 70. Presto changeo! Let's discard.
No reason, just because.
Works for me, MSK. Thank you for the biddies. It looks like we're on the right track.
Thanks, Athena. Now to make sense of what we've learned. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge, which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launch pad made him uneasy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about the Launchpad 1 door. When we put these 2 pieces together, only one solution to this puzzle comes to mind. Director Cosmos, did the real killer escape through here?
He couldn't go through the control room door. It's identity locked through biometrics. He couldn't go through the south side door. He was there and the detective was there. If you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be correct. The killer escaped through the Launchpad 1 corridor.
Take that!
The culprit went through the Launchpad 1 door to escape, didn't they?
Yes. No! He's asteroid to start with! They're going to crash into the asteroid!
A master tactician, you are not. But the area beyond that door was still a smog, wasn't it? So? True, but this is still the only logical answer there is. If we can just figure out what the director is hiding about the Launchpad 1 door, we should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies.
That door requires fingerprint recognition. Only Starbuck Tenant and I can access. I don't see how Killer couldn't open that security lock. Think it all.
That's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have easily gotten past that security lock. It's not that hard. Come to think of it, we did examine the prints in the fingerprint recognition device. I propose that the killer used this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock. The accused, Solomon Starbuck.
Take that!
Let's.
Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anybody could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. They did it in Spaceballs, for fuck's sake. And actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints are exactly what we found on the device's screen. It looks like he does have something to hide about the Launchpad 1 door. And I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. But I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet.
Something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it? Pretty please. I worked all night on it. I really want it. Can I please? It's my fucking courtroom after all.
Yes. By all means.
There's a security camera in boarding lounge 1.
Right, the one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor?
If the true culprit escaped in the Launchpad 1 corridor, then that might be recording the security footage as well.
Sadly, it will not be.
The mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic?
Sadly, he doesn't know.
Hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, your baldness. I beg your pardon, motherfucker? Look, if we play the security footage beyond this point... Oh my! The footage gets off! The camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged. Most likely by the after effects of the explosion. There is no footage after this, be it of criminals or space aliens. And I thought it was such a good idea, too. Just because your grandchild is watching from the gallery, it doesn't mean you should try to show off too much, Grandpa Baldness. Prosecutor Blackwell, how did you know about my grandchild?
I think his grandchild has learned a little about the harshness of the adult world.
Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. Director Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge? What?
Yeah, the grandchild is non-binary. Who knew? You hid to avoid getting shot. You went into the lounge. But that's when Detective Arm appeared from the elevator's side door. He is shocked. And then the detective shot at me. These emotions make sense. So you see, the killer could have only escaped the launch pad, right? You hid to avoid getting shot. After the killer vanished, you went into the lounge. As Detective Arm appeared from the elevator's side door, that's when she shot at you. Sure enough, she is carrying a 38 special. How antiquated. The killer only could have escaped the launch pad, right? Why?
Got it!
That ain't it.
What do you think about Director Cosmos' emotional responses, Athena?
Actually, my cat is really sick, you know.
Oh, that sucks.
What?
Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that.
And on top of that, my dog just doesn't seem to want to play with me.
Why are you telling me all of this now?
Just humor me, okay? Now, when you've heard about my cat, and then about my dog, which story made you feel sadder?
A story about your cat, of course. It's only natural.
Exactly. That'll be the natural reaction. But there's nothing natural about the director's reactions. I think how each individual reaction changes across the whole testimony will be the key.
Sounds unnaturally complicated, but that somehow doesn't surprise me.
So, are we looking for when he stops being sad?
Got it!
No.
But apparently we need to chart how the emotions change through the testimony.
So we're sad, sad again. We're shocked.
We're shocked, sad, and angry because we're being shot at.
The killer could have only escaped the launch pad, right?
Got it!
No?
I mean, I could just whack him all this.
Got it!
I may be off base.
Maybe this isn't even the statement.
Got it!
I mean, I guess that's the other thing, too, is if you think he'd be happy if he was positing a theory.
Got it!
No, that's not it either. So it's nothing on that statement at all.
Okay.
Perhaps it's got something to do with the statement about being shot at. You had to avoid getting shot. Then you went into the lounge. If the killer vanished, wouldn't you be shocked?
Got it!
No. Detective arm appeared from the elevator's side door. Wouldn't that make you happy?
Got it!
No. Would it make you sad?
Got it!
No. I mean, it would make sense for him to be shocked, to be surprised by the detective.
Got it!
Or not? What? Okay, whatever. I just brute forced it. Director Cosmos, why were you so surprised when Detective Arm found you, and again when she fired? Isn't that a bit unnatural? No?
Excuse me, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound by forces of gravity and emotions. Even great men such as myself experiences surprise on occasion.
Yes, I'm sure you do. But my real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by.
Pardon me?
First, you were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were, of course, again surprised when she shot at you. But considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprise reaction is the fact that you were... more surprised when Arm came in? Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arm shot at you, but the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. Oh, I didn't pay attention to that. The vibrancy of the emotion may have been stronger at that point. The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found than by being shot at suggests to me that you were conflicted about whatever it was you were doing there. Uh-oh.
Enemy has acquired the weapon. Commence operation hide under your desk.
Oh. Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. Not quite, sir. Boss, I'm getting less discard now. That must mean he really is hiding something about that launch pad door.
And whatever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the killer's escape.
I wonder what it could be.
If he was doing something suspicious around that door, maybe we can spot some change between before he came to the room and after.
Nah, not that one, this one. So that's after the incident. Oh. No, stop the music, goddammit. I said stop it. Huh. Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. Let's see. This is footage of the door before Director Cosmos arrived. And here is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge. Hey, look at that.
There is a change. Something's definitely different.
Director Cosmos!
What is it? What have you two been up to over there?
Finding the answer to what you were doing when Detective Arm found you, that's what. And that answer lies clearly in this footage. All we have to do is compare it to the photo that was taken during the investigation.
Don't be ridiculous. If you really do have an answer, you just pointed it out already.
He's asking for it. This is what changed directly after the incident.
If you, the esteemed viewers of the Queen Pip Show, would carefully take a look at the little doodad beside the door here, you'll notice that in the footage of the security camera, the knob is in the horizontal position. But if we reference the photograph from the crime scene afterwards, it is in the vertical position. Somebody dicked around with this knob.
Take that!
And not in a sexy way.
The answer is this knob. Your Honor, please take a look at this footage.
Well, let's see. Take a look at the knob next to the launch pad door.
As you can see, it's horizontal.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
However, when we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical.
And what does that mean?
It means that sometime between before the director arrived and after,
someone turn this knob! Love that for the knob. Yeah, somebody was playing with their knob in that crime scene.
After the scene was discovered, you were the only one who could have turned the knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos. Let's hear what you have to say. What were you trying to do by turning that knob by the door?
Fine. I admit it. You're right. I did turn that knob. That knob is safety lock meant to keep the launch pad in place. I was afraid there would be more explosions. So I wanted to move the launch pad away.
You wanted to do what? Hey, didn't Ponko tell us something about how they prepare for launch? She said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. I do remember that, yes. But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first.
I guess that clears up what the knob is for.
Ah, so if the killer escaped into the launch pad 1 corridor, maybe they were transported along with the launch pad to the launch site?
I don't think so. The launch pad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor.
So then where did the killer escape to? Oh, fuck. I guess there are still some things we have to uncover. Director Cosmos, I request that you tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail.
Fine, but listen carefully, for I'm about to give history-making testimony.
All right. He had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. He feared there might be more explosions, so he had to cut the launch pad loose. Surely the only escape the killer had was through launch pad 1. But that area was a sea of smoke. Confound it, where on earth could they have gone? Why wouldn't you be shocked about this? Shouldn't you be... Yeah.
Got it!
Oh, maybe not that one.
Got it!
Maybe it's the other one. There must be an unexpected emotion here somewhere. Okay. So you cut the launch pad loose. Why would you be angry about this?
Got it!
No, that's not it. Tell you what, let's go to the end of this. The director seems driven into a corner now. I can tell he's having a hard time hiding his true feelings. Just one final push then. His attempts to conceal the truth shouldn't be all that hard for us to break through. If we keep at it calmly, I'm sure we'll cross the finish line. Oh, you're helpful. Why would you be happy about moving the safety lock?
Got it!
I guess it's the most obvious thing. I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so. And yet, when you did it, you felt some joy. As if you were very pleased with yourself. Is it because you were playing with your knob? Admit it, that's what it was. Yeah, that's it.
How do you do it? How do you know everything as if you were there?
Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology bullshit. So, care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? Hey, Sailor Soapbox, you like the new bodysuit? Why, thank you. When I think back on the facts we've discovered up to this point, I have to believe you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda.
How do you know about that too?
Because I'm more or less a pro at guessing?
But you have no proof I had hidden agenda. And even if I did, I would never, ever tell you. So there.
I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake.
And how could you doubt a man with great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
Because you're not Kurt Angle?
Silence!
Oh, he's still here.
Shoo, a man of integrity, don't make me laugh.
But Prosecutor Blackwell? What came over him all of a sudden?
You've spouted nothing but falsity since you stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man that will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider greatest barefaced liar an honor. Liar?
His words bite harder than his blade.
You moved launch pads 1 after the explosions? My, how naive you are. You failed to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you.
You know, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend.
Shut the fuck up. And here's a thought for you. Immediately following the bombing, Launchpad 1 was in the boarding lounge one side. The police confirmed this on scene.
What?
Liar!
So wait, that means the director didn't move the launch pad?
Curse my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let us leave him to indulge in his lies and war games to his heart's content.
Objection!
But it doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned the knob. And once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. If we chase down the truth of this issue, we might just find where the killer escaped to. Gah!
You're sure it must have went somewhere? We just might find out? Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Or are you not man enough to, boy?
Ah! Shots fired, shots fired. Talk about hitting below the belt. Youngins these days. I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the lounge. But the launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Ah! Wait a minute. Maybe I have it all backwards. What if the director turned the knob not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be?
What are you bothering about?
What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident? And then after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot. All he had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back, and it would be right where the police found it. Gah! You got a piece of my hair with that one. Wow, our client's really rubbing off on him. You made him sigh like Mr. Starbuck. Was what I said really that off base?
It pains me to have to explain how wrong your logic is to you. However, our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge. Existed beyond the lounge when our Astro Wonders made their escape. A fact that has been recorded for posterity on Limitless Film.
Oh, right.
So, to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is, boy.
Ah! Get a grip, Mr. Right, and focus. We know the launch pad must have been moved, but our deductions and the actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction to each other. Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taken with body doubles after the incident or something. On second thought, that's too far-fetched even for me. Never actually boarded the rocket. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe. Just maybe. Huh? Prosecutor Blackwell, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went into another place? And what if when the director moved launch pad 1 back, it was not from the launch site, but from another place? What would you say then?
Cut the existential bull or I'll cut you. Mr. Rat, you will explain yourself at once.
I know I'm right. It was all the other way around from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor. Let me explain. Director Cosmos' reason for moving launch pad 1 was to switch it with another place. Because he wanted to switch it with some other place. I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? But what could he possibly have switched the launch pad with? Amazing how symmetrical this place is. Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box, and the answer becomes clear as day. This is what was switched with Launchpad 1, the Space Museum!
Take that!
Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum?
In the past, the Space Museum used to be Launchpad 2. It has all the same features as Launchpad 1, and can even be moved to the launch site. Meaning the Space Museum and Launchpad 1 can also be switched with each other.
You can't mean...
The rocket the astronauts boarded was not the one in Launchpad 1. It was the one in the Space Museum! This clears up everything!
What? Boulder Dash!
All units, we have a code red.
Marion Raiders, hello, welcome on in. Marion Raiders, hello, welcome on in. I am Queen Pib, Patricia, Inga, Bogart. Jamil also call me Trish. Queen of the retro, queen of the ways that he old, and yet time on this channel. This fat-lipped, fat-hipped, fat-boobied, and fat-booted channel is well-wasted. Welcome on in. How's Yakuza 3, I believe it was, treating you over there, eh? We're doing some Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, and we're nailing a witness to the wall. It's wonderful. I suggest everyone try it. Make sure you check out Mary Please and Thank You. He's giving you one heck of a Yakuza series playthrough. Check him out, please, and freaking thank you. All right, there was a murder and some terrorism that took place at a space facility. We're trying to see if we can unwind the hell out of it. And we're nailing a witness to the wall. That's why the super music is playing. This one. Sinking her teeth into them sub-stories? Good. And yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle and inconsistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident. The Space Museum on the left and Launchpad 1 on the right.
I see Launchpad 1 and Space Museum have already switched places.
That's right. And with the two switched like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from boarding lounge 1. This allowed the true killer to enter Launchpad 1 from boarding lounge 2 and set the bomb on the rocket. Come to think of it, the door to the Space Museum from boarding lounge 2... Welcome, welcome! The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Exactly. Anyone could pass through the door to the Space Museum. There is no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, with the two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted the bomb. After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit stuck into boarding lounge 1 and waited there, concealed, in order to kill Mr. Terran when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Recall that Miss Blackwell, Mr. Starbuck, and the director all saw a suspicious figure, who, we can suppose, after killing Mr. Terran, made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmos switched the two launch pads back, without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. For your money, the original corner theme is my favorite. This one's a banger, definitely, as well. The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway.
Right, Jono. I see you know how to handle a sword and handle it well. Perhaps I should call you Swordmaster Bluff.
I'm a seasoned warrior who's cut down many a prosecutor.
Silence.
But unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword. That's right! You have no proof I switched the launch pads!
Somebody needs a better anger management counselor. If the launch pads really were switched, there might be a record of it somewhere. At this point, launch pad 1 and the Space Museum were switched with each other. So the corridor beyond the door should be the one that belongs to Space Museum. Let's see. This is an image of the launch pad 1 corridor. Uh-huh. Do you see anything different when we compare it to the security footage? Huh? That number on the floor. Well, what do you know? It looks like we have proof after all, Prosecutor Blackwell.
You fucking what? And if this is just another bluff?
Oh, don't worry. It's all right here. Right in this footage. Proof that beyond this door is the corridor to the Space Museum. Not the least of which is I don't see any smoke in this picture.
Very well then, answer this for me if you would. Why did this footage prove the corridor belongs to the Space Museum?
The number 2 that's behind the 2 people in the picture.
Take that!
There's a 1 on the floor for the launch pad 1 corridor. But take a look at the floor of the corridor in the security footage. Do you see the number on the floor behind the astronauts? It doesn't look like a 1, does it? That's because what you see is actually part of a 2.
For what?
Why is it a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see is the one to the Space Museum. And so that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke. That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. The explosion occurred in Launchpad 1 on the side opposite the Space Museum. And now that we know the 2 astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery from the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is cleared up. Mr. Terran, carrying Mr. Starbuck, simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level. Just incredible! The 2 launch pads were actually switched! But you'd think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude. Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what was happening on the surface. Got him. And that's the Space Museum. You know, a space museum is something that could easily exist, but putting the word space in front of any noun immediately makes it sound science fiction-y. Yeah, it's been a running theme in this trial. No more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time you told us the truth.
My honor, my glory, everything is slipping away. Time to deploy ultimate weapon. Galactic engine, ignition. What is going haywire? It won't stop. Kick my stars, my glory. Can't stop this crazy thing, not that flag.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand
after
fast.
that witness.
I have a gavel. I think they fixed the door.
I see we managed to retrieve you before you came into any bodily harm.
Director Cosmos, do you admit you switched the launch pads? I see all the stars have gone missing.
I admit it's true. I switched Launchpad 1 for the Space Museum. It is good to hear words I can believe for a change.
Before you do, Your Honor, 2 things. First, we don't know if Mr. Taryn had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Either way, Mr. Taryn would have realized the instant he stepped into the Space Museum that it had been switched with Launchpad 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Taryn feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? As for my second question, I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with.
Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast.
The director is terrified. He must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why. Probably not a good time to try and pry it out of him, huh? You knew it.
Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars?
You knew there was going to be a bomb. He knew about it.
Without my badge of rank, I'm nothing. I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars. You want stars? Let him have his stars. It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say? I don't get it. Don't get it? What don't you get? Director, why did you do all that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us!
Mr. Starbuck.
Starbuck, my boy, I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason why. But I had to do it to protect the Space Center.
Director! Will I ever get the chance to go into space again?
Yes, of course. I won't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy.
Then the dream is still alive. Yay.
Silence.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
You're not going into space, Starbuck, but prison. I won't have it any other way.
Why are you so hung up on him?
Yes, I accept the launch pads really were switched. And if there was a third person at the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. But I've yet to see proof of this third person's escape via the Space Museum.
Oh, that's a good point. Ah, he's right. I don't have any proof.
Starbuck, you'll spill everything you know.
What? Me? Ah!
Where did you get those bombs? Tell me now! If you don't, my blade shall feast on your blood.
Yeah! Hey, if I'm gonna die, I want to die in space. I have to do something.
Solomon Starbuck, prepare yourself.
Fulbright! Oh, thank God. Now, you know violence isn't the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell.
Yeah, that annoyingly cheerful laugh. It can be none other than...
Fulbright! Champion of righteousness, Bobby Fulbright here. In justice we trust. Detective Fulbright. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late. I don't believe we had an appointment. I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping up a little old lady across the street. And then I had to break up a cat fight. I tell you, justice sure is the full-time job. Was it a fight between cats or... Why are you here again? Because the defendant isn't a culprit. I came to make sure that justice is served. Come again? I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Fulbright, I always thought you were a bit touched in the head. But have you finally succumbed?
Nope, but it looks like you succumbed to this phantom of yours. Open your eyes, let the evidence of justice uncloud your judgment.
What evidence?
Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence. Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. Yeah, he was saying that Prosecutor Blackwell is chasing some phantom from 7 years ago, and it's got something to do with his conviction. I'm gonna work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. I didn't think he was serious, though. Well, okay then. So what is it, detective? Is it something that will prove Mr. Starbuck innocent? It is indeed! Have a look at this! It's a lighter that's covered in blood.
What's this? A lighter?
That's right! A lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up. It has the victim Clay Terrence's blood, along with his killer's fingerprints on it. What?
Yeah. Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, can I assume his fingerprints don't belong to the defendant?
You bet! Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent! This is it! This is just what I needed! The lighter's been added to the court record. The true culprit's fingerprints are on it in the victim's blood. Your Honor, this is decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
With pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where this lighter was found. Based on that, we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Terran, they escaped with the lighter in hand to the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred. Imagine if we got it before the trial. Then finally, the killer left through boarding lounge 2 and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found in boarding lounge 1 after the murder, a fact that Director Cosmos has testified to. Therefore, Mr. Starbuck couldn't have possibly been the one to drop the lighter there.
Silence. But the defendant had free reign of the area until Director Cosmos appeared. Could he not have dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time?
Objection!
You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with the lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had the time to double back to the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackwell, this lighter could only have been dropped by the real killer. Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter. I think you understand what this means, don't you? This piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck wasn't the culprit. Yeah, you're telling me that murder and terrorism trials should have more than 3 days? No shit!
This does indeed appear to be the decisive evidence that proves the defense's claims.
As for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, we can assume it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck.
No, there must be some mistake.
Frankly, Prosecutor Blackwell, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because it's tomorrow.
Silence. You shut your fucking face. Fulbright, you promised never to speak of that.
Huh? Tomorrow? What about tomorrow?
Whack. Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent. In light of the fact it was impossible for him to have committed the crime. If you want to answer questions remains, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. But for now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, not guilty.
Yes, we did it, Mr. Right. Looks like we pulled it off somehow, huh? With some help from Detective Fulbright.
Mr. Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you. And please thank Apollo for me, too. You're all the best.
Oh, I wish we could tell Apollo about Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now. Yeah, me too. But that's gonna have to wait.
Now that a verdict has been reached, I'd like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned.
Yay!
Objection.
Hey, what? The hell do you want? It's too late to object, isn't it? Right, you've had at least one guilty verdict that got overturned after you scrambled like 2 minutes after, so there is precedent for this.
It simply isn't possible. Something's wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell, are you dissatisfied with the verdict? Fulbright, what were the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter?
Huh? The results? Well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was that cat fight, and, I kind of got carried away when I heard the prints weren't Mr. Starbucks, so,
You have yet to read it?
Prosecutor Blackwell, can you read out who the prints belong to?
Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes. So says the report.
Oh, wait, what? Huh? May?
Order, I say! Order! Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this. We just finished proving that this lighter can only belong to the killer. So finding your prints on it can only lead us to one grave conclusion.
I don't know how they got on there, but I know I'm not the culprit. This can't be happening. We built up our argument piece by piece. And I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it have led to this? The lighter's been updated in the court record. It's got Athena's prints on it and the victim's blood. Yeah! But what have I done? Please forgive me. I'm sorry.
Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, stop your crying!
What the fuck is going on here? It's like the world's gone mad.
Order! Order! I will have order!
Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we'd fought for, the truth had turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. To shit, one could say. We had stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of a twisted darkness.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Yeah, at least you didn't nuke Turkey. All right, we have been live for 2.5 hours. Before we continue to the turnabout for tomorrow, we're gonna take a little BRB, permit you all to get up and stretch, use the rest facilities, grab a white claw, whatever you gotta do. When we come back, we're gonna find out just what the fuck is going on here. We'll be right back. Okay, I may have gotten the better end of that. Leave the plane and go to Jimmy Boston. Oh, okay. Get back in the plane? You told me to leave the plane! You told me I was good to leave the plane! What the fuck, bro? Seriously?
The fuck do I do with you now?
You said we were good! I can't believe he hasn't contacted us in 10 years. After all, we're his parents. Ma'am. Ma'am, I hate to tell you this, but your son is my great regret to inform you that. Well, I don't have a beret I can take off. What am I supposed to do? I'm doing the military thing where they say your kid's, where the Defense Department regrets to inform you your kid's dead as shit. I have to take something off. Too much? Not enough? You know what? I feel like maybe this decision I've made is it has not resulted in the somber moment that I was hoping for. Entering. Anyway, I am giving people feedback. All right, we're back. Oh my God! Trust y'all had a nice, pleasant little break. Some of you may have been at the edge of your seats, so you had an opportunity to readjust yourselves. All right, let us continue to the turnabout for tomorrow. The final case. The final mainline case. There's another one, but we don't talk about that one just yet. No one can escape their past. Emotional damage. The sins we've committed and the sadness we've caused. No matter how far we run, our past remains, as ever-present as the moon in the sky. Except when it's the one where you can't see it. Then my analogy that kind of falls down a little bit, if I'm being honest. Meanwhile, on the set of Kingdom Hearts, it looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on in hope towards tomorrow. Not Kingdom Hearts, none of buckles and zippers. Okay, fine, too many bandages. It's that Sonic whatever game for the Wii U. December 20th, 1:23 p.m., the Right Anything Agency. They took Athena from the courtroom, straight to the station.
She's probably being questioned at this very moment. After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now, Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. In my pursuit of the truth, only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be.
Oh my god, I don't have to timeshare with that bitch on that voice. I love this. It's even quieter in here than usual.
Yeah. It seems so empty, too.
I just don't get it, Daddy. All your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid.
Yeah. And still I believe it was, at least based on what we know.
But now, Athena is the one who's being accused.
During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, the lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder.
But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. I agree!
No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Where's the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case?
You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy?
Of course I will. I need my subordinates back. And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. The trial is tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I'd better get out there and find some evidence.
Off we go, then. Run on for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence.
Great. But before we go, I'd better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Unnecessary evidence has been left at the office with Percy. Athena's probably still in the middle of being questioned. So Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center. Let's hop to it then. December 20th, the entrance of the Cosmos Space Center. Hey, you. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute?
Galactic scooter, full speed ahead.
Oh. I guess not. Director! He scooted away.
His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy.
Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. So that's not gonna work. I guess we could go inside. Let's go to the boarding lounge. We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey! What are you doing here? Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh?
Yep, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You're giving me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except,
What's wrong? I thought he'd be happy to be acquitted.
As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes.
He saw Athena?
I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. And now you can go back into space someday.
Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it.
But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's gotta be suffering. She must be so worried.
And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they can put me in prison instead. I don't mind.
We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you.
I know she'll be all right with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Paulo is a fine boss to look up to.
Let's talk to him about the murder.
I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum.
What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing?
I haven't the foggiest idea. There never was gonna be a launch that day. Not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew.
I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket.
It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in.
Pseudoscience and questionable admission of psychology as evidence aside, you do like Athena. Yeah, she's got a certain je ne sais quoi.
I guess that's about how it goes when you're worthless than space debris.
Is he gonna be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. What do you think about the murderer, huh? Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer?
Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in a dock after all.
Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for.
Hey, I heard something from the police, though. They said they never did find a 10 caliber gun down the trash chute.
Just as I thought, the culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped.
So, was the person that you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck? I couldn't really tell.
But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short?
I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless. And a culprit opened a door and some light came in. I should have been able to see.
The door? Oh, yeah. You mean that one? As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape.
The door to Launchpad 1, right? Yeah, except now the door leads to the Space Museum.
You mean the launch pad and the Space Museum are switched right now?
Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court.
So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us?
Sure, just let me have my print scanned here.
Beauty. About switching the launch pads. Do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot?
Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, and they used to switch the pads around at times.
But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right?
Right, because quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money.
I hear you. Times sure are tough. Yes! Yes, they are.
Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond the door.
Sure, let's go.
Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around.
Yeah, sure, why not? Oh. Why is there some shit here? Huh? I don't know what these dead leaves are doing here.
Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. There are lots of trees around the Space Center.
Yeah, but she's right. It's a modern state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees, which is a choice. But I don't know. If they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes, wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on.
Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor and they came in that way?
Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know. All right, well, there's some shit. There's also a palm reader here. So this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh?
Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open sesame.
So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either? That's right, Trucy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints when they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor in the boarding lounge, too. Launchpad 1 door has been updated. The biometric door lock. Print authentication isn't required from the launchpad side. Good to know. Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out to me. And I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor.
Well, that's where you're probably wrong.
Anything we should ask him about? About the lighter, maybe? Is the only thing about this piece of evidence? No. So yeah, our only objectives right now are just to talk to the Space Center staff. So tell you what, let's go back to the entrance for a moment. Oh, okay.
Curse the wretch who sullied my good name. The reverse course in full speed away.
Director Cosmos, wait! He batted off. I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that.
The mobility system has been compromised.
Did you throw a knife at him? Trucy's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires. Oh, that's assault. And the streak continues. Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing.
My dear old battleship, we fought many a skirmish together. It has been an honor.
Daddy, he's gonna blow that thing up. Nah, I bet all that button will do is just make it go haywire again.
Very well. Excellent. As prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably.
Alright, you're now my prisoner. Answer about why you switched out the launch pads. Director Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent as the reason as to why. Okay, but like, why does he have the right to remain silent, but my client didn't have the right to remain silent when he refused to testify during trial on day one? Why are we selectively choosing who does and doesn't have Fifth Amendment protection? But anyway. I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with.
Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner.
Ah, Jesus. And we're getting started early. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I'll have to undo his psych locks if I want to get to the bottom of this. Alright, Director Fuckface, spill it!
Take that!
Behind the switching of the launch pads. I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the two launch pads.
I refuse. You can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone.
I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now, let's see. Where to start? This is how you've explained your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it to save the astronauts. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket, far away from the actual explosion.
My astronaut was ready to go on authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I hit the both fake rocket without them noticing?
I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the Space Museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication. But without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off. You made an arrangement with the victim, Clay Taryn, didn't you?
Take that!
You must have gotten Mr. Taryn to help you. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then, with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum.
Someone help this poor prisoner of war!
How is he able to spin around like that? Like a record right round. Well, one of them's gone. If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch?
If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone to all that trouble?
I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. Can you stop revving that thing? I'm trying to talk to you. But how did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident?
Well, yes, because I was warned in advance. Once I received warning, it was duty to ensure astronaut safety.
But it was just a warning. It could have even been a prank. Why did you believe it so completely?
Because I went to one of those museums that everyone's talking about these days.
Oh? I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself who got the warning via telephone.
Yes, that's right. The Bonneville contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with special advanced communication system, you see.
AKA regular old telephone.
It's been a while planning another launch. I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call.
The bomber said it's been a while, and that was enough to make you take the threat seriously. Perhaps Rector Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before. Maybe the culprit in the current case is the same person who's involved in this incident. The Hat One Miracle. The Hat One Miracle, that epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few knew about the previous plot, so when the caller said, "It's been a while," you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real and that it wasn't a prank.
Didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on ex-servicemen?
2 down, 1 to go.
Yes, the Hat One Miracle was really desperate battle against active sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight.
Sabotage, murder. So this is the ugly truth behind the Hat One Miracle.
I let my guards down. I thought the saboteur had been caught and that the case was closed.
Huh? Wait a minute. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Rector Cosmos thought was the culprit. Did you think it was Prosecutor Blackwell?
Take that!
Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the 2 incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackwell is behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time.
How do you keep saying straight through me?
Got him.
Spill it, Yuri. Tell me what you know. Why'd you switch the launch pads? The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. The sabotage and murder that happened at the Space Center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell me what you're hiding.
If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads.
It goes black and white.
We'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago.
7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat 1 miracle, the one I've just referenced like 5 times.
The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handwork of certain person in their evil scheme.
So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental.
Not only that, but before they launched, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. But this wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism. Why didn't we get that fucking movie instead?
All that, in spite of Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle withered old leaf through those checkpoints.
You know what? Forget it. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify a true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy.
A spy? You mean somebody infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions and always gets the girl? Yeah, it's Moonraker. And that would make him Hugo Drax, Space Hitler. Someone's watching way too many late night movies. Someone must definitely just watch Moonraker. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. Tell me about the spy. Yeah, and shakes martinis like an idiot. See, that's actually the funny thing, Porsche. I'm glad you brought that up. There's an interesting tidbit in Roger Moore's James Bond movies. At no point does he ever order a martini. He never does. There's a movie where someone buys him a vodka martini shaken not stirred, but at no point in Roger Moore's 10 years James Bond does he ever order a martini. They concluded that that was Sean Connery's thing. He only ever ordered like Bollinger and champagne and shit like that. Anyway, tell me about the spy.
Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in this space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, they got killed before the launch warning of the sabotage. The
same MO as this time.
Yes, and here I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong.
Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? Well, no. One's Shinobi, one's Rolling Thunder. Little difference.
But there's good reason we failed to find the spy. A massive cover-up by government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such thing to happen at hands of spy.
Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation.
They did indeed. And then, to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story.
And that was the Hat 1 miracle, wasn't it? But then 7 years later, the same MO. Advance warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. Yeah, just like 7 years ago. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it? And before that was part of the spy's plan.
That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moonrock, the murder, and they said, you don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you? I immediately thought of calling us launched, but government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor.
This is America. We have no honor. But anyway.
It was quite moving streets, actually.
Moving? Really? Maybe you're easily inspired by political talking points. We live in hell.
But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into center the night before and switched launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go from boarding lounge 1 to Space Museum. Then, I put close to repair sign that go to launch pad 1 in boarding lounge 2.
You did that so no normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do?
I enlisted help of several staff members, including Terran.
But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it.
He'd already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him dragged. My plan went well until...
Clay's murder, huh?
After culprit made escape, I switched launch pads back. I did it in such way that no one will find out. But after all that effort, Terran is dead and the Hat 2 is destroyed. And the Hope Castle, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in the blast. My home, the center of the cosmos, my beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for!
Wait, what did he mean by the whole capsule was lost in the blast? Wait, what? Go on. I thought that the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Terran. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with the asteroid samples inside. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them?
The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't the time since they just came back the day before Terran's murder. The capsule was being held in safe in Launchpad 1. I gave it to Terran before incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in explosion. The idea was that, with it safely in Terran's position, he could make it look like he rescued it during staged miraculous escape. But her precious research materials ended up locked to explosion anyway.
But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe. What the fuck?
You misunderstand. The launchpad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence.
Oh.
Oh, it was the courtroom bombing from the other day.
Ah, fuck.
The capsule in the courtroom as evidence and was blown to smithereens.
Well, that sucks. Yet another casualty of that blast.
Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about switching at launch pads.
What? How?
The police found wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard the battleship. A tip on my advanced communication system.
A wire on that phone?
Yes, a wire on this very phone. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch, just to reveal select members who know about the plan.
Oh, that'd do it.
Just before incident, launch staff members were coming in and out of launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amidst the confusion.
And planted the bomb then. That'd do it. Yes, if they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. So you really think the same spy is behind this incident and the one 7 years ago?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Then this spy must be the phantom prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing. But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once, the hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still. For starters, that case happens right here at this very space center too. So we can find this phantom. That's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell too. What about him? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago was the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if, though. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. We could save him. We can still save him. Everyone in shadows like, I can fix him. I can fix him. We may have an opportunity to fix him. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in.
It's all over for me. Spin, swirl. I'm done for. The center of the cosmos is told.
Do you think he's gonna be all right, Daddy? No. Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission, too.
If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's Hat 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me. I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds.
It's like get you spiritual enlightenment or something. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. Twirling. I'm getting out of here before everyone's pets get pissed off. The Space Museum. Let's say, where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? It's twirling towards justice. There, that's the Hat 1 exhibit. Oh wow, look at that photo of the team. There's Clay and Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aura Blackwell, and even Ponko. But I've never seen the woman on the right before. Yeah, that parcel hasn't been revealed to us. Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos. Yeah, he's just being stoic. Let's check out the newspaper article too. Hat 1 launch imminent, and there's a photo of the Hope space probe. I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage. They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, look at that jacket. It must be the Hat 1 team uniforms jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by Hat 1 team member, it says. Not a replica, huh? I wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks. Looks like there's a gash in the
Right, the person's right side. Hat 1 exhibit's been added to the court record. Who's voicing this? I don't know. Hello? Hello? Oh, Miss Woods! The f*** are you doing here? Hi, I heard Tina got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here at the scene. You must be so worried, but rest assured, I'm going to do my very best to defend her. Or I'll fuck it up, whichever happens first. Tina's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her. Go on. I think it's time for a plot dump. You mean the Cosmos Space Center? What? You didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl. No, that wasn't on her resume for some reason. You're telling me she's got a connection to this place? She did? No, I didn't know. Well, no wonder she knew so much about this place. Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail? Go on. Tina's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or some bullshit like that. But why was a psychology specialist working at a space research facility? I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Tina lived here too. So it was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it. She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her. Don't tell me. A sad memory? Can you tell me about it despite the streamer saying don't tell me? It was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago. Say it ain't so. The same time frame as the Hat 1 launch. Tina's mom in the robotics lab. She was murdered. What? What? You'd think she'd have fucking said something. After it happened, Tina stopped coming to school. Poor Athena. All this time, she never let it on at all. I was so worried about her. I came here so many times hoping to see her. Is that so? But I never saw her again. Emotional damage. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. And so the first time you'd seen her in 7 years was during Professor Court's case. That's right, and I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person, so cheerful and happy. Keep going. What was Athena like as a child? She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. Imagine drawing. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. What? When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around. She's Mel Gibson in What Women Want? Okay. Go on. It must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices. I also thought that we're just accepting this as verbatim or verboten.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
Huh. What kind of research it was?
Because of her special ability, Tina couldn't handle being at school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here in the Space Center. Oh, Daddy, show her that picture.
Atta girl. Good idea. Yeah, yeah, the one from the exhibit. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me?
Oh, look, here's Tina's mom.
Oh, shit.
The woman on the far right, the one in the kimono, that's Dr. Meta Sykes.
Athena's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch?
What? Why, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch.
Just as I suspected.
But that wasn't worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean that the crime prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? Well, that explains the really weird chemistry the two of them are having. Yeah, that'd do it. That'd do it. There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case.
There is?
Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. And please, try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day is through.
The detention center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. To the detention center!
Well, if it ain't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here.
Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. Here on business?
And to tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Donate.
The one behind the courtroom bombing incident?
He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. And what he was saying was so incredible, I decided to come right over to hear more. Incredible? What was he saying? Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself?
Really? Us? Are you sure?
I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now.
Hi. How you doing?
You! What nerve you have to come here? You're here to laugh at me, I suppose?
Like I'd waste my breath on you. After all, you're the one who assaulted Paul and put him in the hospital.
Violence is okay. Question equals no. Or violence is no. Question okay.
No violence? Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine. Then just answer me this, Mr. Tonate. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up?
No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Vaughn, there was another person in the room.
What are you talking about? Who else could have been there?
I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed.
What?
I don't know who it was. But that's who blew up the courtroom.
You expect us to buy that?
Easy there, Trucy. You expect us to buy that?
I don't see any Cyclops. True. So I guess he must not be lying.
Pardon me, I got a little carried away. I'm telling you the truth. I did not detonate that bomb.
And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We haven't analyzed the bomb itself, or, well, what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though. Wow, they've laid it all out, piece by piece. Well, I mean, if you're doing a bomb investigation, you kind of have to.
Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
I wish I could have them.
Uh-oh, looks like his geek switch has been activated. The phony phantom bomb has been re-added to the court record. The fragments are apparently being analyzed. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning.
Anything but that?
I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes. You're going to see Athena now? That's right. Always. You folks come by to see you. Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. Yeah, the bomb used a genuine 68K Motorola processor from a discarded Macintosh. They got it off an old LC520. Can you believe that? What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her. And then after we came all this way, too. Well, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy. All right. Sounds like a plan. Very well, then. To the robotics lab that we've not stepped foot in yet. I don't know what question to ask first. The Judgetron robot, the Morning Star on the ground. Oh God, she's gonna be here, isn't she? Discount Trombone. So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge. And where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots. Daddy, look! Over there, someone with really big boobs. Oh, never mind. Oh, no, it's just one giant boob. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Shay, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackwell? Wonder what they're talking about. Well, come to spoil our fun, just when I was enjoying our alone time. Trucy and Mr. Wright. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. I think mine might be... I don't know, like, mine might be a little bigger, but not by much. About what happened. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed, and they all lived happily ever after. Girl, Daddy, say something to her. And I suppose you're gonna defend the princess in court, am I right? The princess, huh? Guess she's talking about Athena. Of course, Athena is innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo?
Don't you fucking dare.
I don't know yet.
What do you mean you don't know?
Apollo, how could you? You fuck. What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate.
Explain yourself, you little shit. I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena?
Phew, all this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk?
Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay?
Mr. Terran? But that's Apollo you're talking to.
Oh, this hunk of junk is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost.
Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran? Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran?
I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that... I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyers that defends her too, of course.
A robot that can see ghosts?
Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium.
Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it.
How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago.
Go on, darling. The floor is yours. Could you tell me more about the incident 7 years ago?
Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds?
Yeah, actually, I kind of get off on it.
Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return?
I'd like to hear about that incident too. It helped me understand the current case better.
Huh? Apollo knows about that case too?
Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo, come on, hunk of junk, you tell the story.
But Miss Zora, that's private information.
If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk.
Oh. That'd do it.
Yeah! Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me! I have a right to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart available information!
Wow, what a magic trick. It's like a completely different robot now. Apparently, he's got a blast processor. He's a Genesis.
A body saw the robot succumbs to her slave and is designed by Miss Zora. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Zora was much younger then.
Yikes! Better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Plonko.
And our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Menace Sykes.
Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can we even make such a thing?
Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and hearts can be integrated. The new navigational companions created by Miss Zora and Dr. Menace transcend humans. Oh. Yeah!
Matches.
Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. Ooh.
Nobody could continue Mattis's research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the true navigation companions are all that's left of Mattis here on Earth.
The robots are all that's left? Isn't she leaving out a very important someone?
We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone.
I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. Oh?
What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh.
Oh my god, are you lesbians? I mean, I really shouldn't be speculating about this. One of them is dead, after all.
But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat.
Miss Dora, would you like a tissue?
Ow! Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk.
So tell me more about Clonko and Ponko here. And yeah, watch the morality switch on the back of them. Clonko is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better.
What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, the hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis runs on a separate mainframe.
Oh, they're cloud-based.
Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So I can do anything I want to them.
I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things.
But why are you people looking into such an old case now anyway?
Well, we believe the culprit of the incident might be the same person as in this case.
So Daddy's gonna find out who killed Dr. Sykes, too.
Got your attention now, do I?
I'm sure you're aware of who Metis's killer is.
Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell. Or so it seems.
That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it?
I can't say anything for sure right now. But that's exactly why I'd like to hear your side of it. To help me be sure. Go on, sister.
I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court.
Ah, Prosecutor Blackwell's forte. His infamous power of suggestion technique.
Exactly, and he was oddly serious about it. Rather than a teacher-student relationship, he treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign.
Huh. Seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me.
He even got along well with that miserable little princess.
Why do you call Athena the princess anyway?
Well, she is Metis's daughter after all, although she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around?
Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now. She's kind of a bitch to her.
So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then.
What does it settle?
None of your business. Just forget you heard anything.
That's gonna come back to haunt us, I'm sure.
How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway?
What? But we came here to take a look around.
You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant.
We're not the police. Could you stop choking, Clonko, please? We're not the police, so we don't have one.
Then get out, now! Clonko, show them out!
Certainly, Miss Aura.
Ouch, don't push!
I see Spoon over there. I haven't screamed in a while. That's probably why the kitties are coming down here.
My apologies. I'm just following orders.
Ah!
Well, we're back outside.
We've been evicted. What a way to get shown out.
The nerve of that woman. What's with that horrible attitude?
I guess that's just how she is.
And why was Apollo going along with her?
I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay, just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes.
I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that.
I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky?
I'm gonna go keep an eye on him. Hey, wait, Drusy, come back!
She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. I guess I'll go back to the office. Alone. Well, back to the office I go, I guess. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then, for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's a letter doing here?
Hey, Nick, it's been a while, huh? Miss me?
Wait, I know this handwriting.
I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really something, although weird is par for the course with you.
I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details.
I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part of my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Yours truly, Maya Fey.
Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, but she's a spirit medium. This Magatama I use in the psych locks, Maya is the one who gave it to me. Actually, technically, I think Pearls was the one that gave it to you, but whatever. But I wonder how this letter got here. Mr. Nick.
Ah! Hey! Oh, it's you, Pearls! Pearls is here!
How have you been, Mr. Nick? This is Pearl Faye, though I call her Pearls. She is Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old, but Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago, in a wet noodle incident that you haven't been shown yet. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different. She's even further off than details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on. Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Okay, what are you doing here? Did you read the postscript on the letter? No, I hadn't. Huh? There's more? Oh yeah, here it is. P.S.
I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearlie said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her. The voice took you out. Yeah, that's always been Pearl's voice.
Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awful nice of you, Pearls. Mayan Pearls. Thanks to these two, I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls.
Now that I'm here, I'm gonna whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all.
I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about his case. With the trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center. All right, well, I guess we could go do that. All right, Pearl, you hold down the fort. I gotta go to the detention center. Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about.
All this time and you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray.
I don't... Oh.
All this time here and you still haven't said anything. It's turning your hair gray.
I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls?
Prosecutor Blackwell.
Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk.
But Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today?
Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow.
When there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about?
We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down.
All right, fine. I see you're just not going to listen no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care.
Wow. I could cut the tension in here with a katana. No kidding.
Right, Dono. Looks like Fulbright saved your case in course this morning.
What? Oh, yeah, he did. Well, you bounced back to business quick.
But Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was just a thing to do.
But as a result, Sykes Dono was arrested. Was that the just thing to do?
Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else can I do?
Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence.
I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you, right, Dono?
This is blade-proof glass, right?
Why would he have his weapon?
Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 Years Past, aren't you?
You villain! Where did you hear about that?
This glass is absolutely, positively blade-proof, right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single. Oops.
Ouch. Hey, at least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you?
Gods, the guest is leaving.
Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases.
Suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Sykes Dono's mother away from her. I destroyed her life.
Prosecutor Blackwell?
God! Where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you!
Hastiness to snack. Welcome on in. Well, there he goes.
No, we've upset Prosecutor Blackwell. Ah, fuck. Now what are we gonna do, Mr. Lawyer?
Who's this we? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case?
Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know?
Well, tell me about the trial from 7 years ago. Were you on the force then? Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted?
A little. The police call the incident the UR1 incident. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering a psychology mentor. Kinda like if you read Mr. Lawyer would have killed you. I don't want to think about that one. There were 2 decisive pieces of evidence. The verdict was reached very quickly. 2 pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Well, let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? Ouch. That does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage? Oh, sorry. I don't have it with me right now. Well, I guess we'll have to see it some other time. The existence of a 7-year-old video has been added to the court record, though it only in the metaphysical sense. And what was the second piece of evidence? This one's even more incriminating. A photo at a moment of the crime. Oh. See? He is at a crime scene on the bloody katana. That's his back, but keep going. It was the victims kept on display in a room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Cough, cough. Remember, we're totally in California and not Japan. Well, wow. It'd be hard to explain this one away. The katana has been added to the court record. It belonged to the victim, and the victim's blood was found only on the blade. But who took this picture, Detective? The incident happened a day before the Halloween launch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in a room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. Photo of the crime added to the court record. Taken inadvertently, it became conclusive evidence of Simon Blackwell's trial 7 years ago. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. No shit! Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. California does... I don't know if they still do, but at one point California did have the death penalty. What execution date? What? Did I say something? Never mind me. You didn't hear a thing. When is the state whacking him? So he was given the death sentence. Yeah, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow! What? Tomorrow? No! Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? And not for today. Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. But what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. The state executes an innocent man. Prosecutor Black will be executed tomorrow under a false charge. But that would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now. And as Chad is pointing out, this trends more with Japan's interpretation of the death penalty. I want to do something. I want to, but you're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of a fight? You saw he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative? When he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. You what? Oh, pardon me. Looks like I got a phone call. Fulbright here. What? What's happening? You gotta be kidding! That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer, the robots! The robots, Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction! It's staging a revolt! The machines are rebelling against humans! They've holed themselves up in a space center, taking the visitors as hostages! They did what? No! Trucy! We have to get over there! This is gonna be one heck of a battle!
General quarters, all hands man your battle stations. Set material conditions even throughout the ship. Make Z reports to DC Central.
December 20th, the Cosmos Space Center, the entrance. The riot police are here. Then the robots really are holding people hostage? Huh? Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around?
But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost.
You robots have declared war on us humans. You even taken hostages already. Stay away from it. You never know what it'll do. But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me? I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you here on your own? Okay, on your own. Leave it to me. All right, people. What's going on here? Oh, it's Pearls. Pearls, over here. Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news, and I got so worried. Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself.
I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy.
Clonko seems the same as before.
When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... did I say something? Did I...
Uh-oh. There is something wrong with him. Yeah! Yeah! Oh, Cloudflare. It's CrowdStrike. Stand down from Red Alert. It looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. Clonko? Uh-oh. That's not Clonko.
Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over.
Ah! The robots are rebelling! Everybody run! Hey! It's an all-out war! It's the end of the world!
Fools! How could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human, you two, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely.
What?
But it is true that I'm taking hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey, you! Hostage number one, come here. I'll let you talk to them.
Huh? There's something being displayed on Clonko's face screen. It's the Space Museum. Daddy? Daddy, is that you? Trucy! Trucy, is that you? Are you all right? About 15 robots holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. A researcher's the one behind it. She's hit. Ah!
Grr, this girl talks too much.
Trucy, talk to me. Why are you doing this?
I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening.
Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears.
I want you to bring someone to me. Claim terrorist murderer, Athena Sykes.
Athena? No, hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that.
So, you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then.
No, wait! Yeah, Mr. Lawyer! I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but
But you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do. But promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and you won't give up on the hostages either.
Of course I won't. Now, I'd better go contact headquarters.
Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time? I have no idea yet, but this hostage taker, could it be?
If you don't bring me all the little princess, I'll have Hunk of Junk kill all the hostages.
Princess? Hunk of junk? There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell.
Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk.
Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer.
What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention.
I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena, it's someone else.
All right, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer?
I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case?
It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is.
But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it.
Just what exactly are you proposing?
What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? What if we retried the case? I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth.
That's good. Real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready.
1 hour? But that's impossible. Please give me until at least tomorrow.
If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that.
She will?
And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunk of Junk will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. You got that? Now follow Hunk of Junk. Riot police, make way. We're coming through.
Mr. Nick, wait! I'll help you with the investigation!
Thanks, Pearls, but for the love of God.
Oh, she's coming with me. Oh, f***.
Yes, Prosecutor Klonko.
All right, the robotics lab again. Aura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back. I wonder what's taking so long. But we can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago.
Mr. Wright? It's the hostage. It's the hostage taker. I'm back to my usual self now. You're still being monitored, however. And more importantly, an important guest has arrived.
A guest?
Back on! That music! And these, ladies and gentlemen, District Attorney in and for the County of Los Angeles.
I trust you've been well, right?
Miles Edgeworth.
Edgeworth! What are you doing here? This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor. But now...
Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you?
He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? So basically, he's now the district attorney. Title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? You're wondering why that voice never came out the entire game. So what are you doing here, Edgeworth? Captain chose me as the prosecutor for the R1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time I had. I'll give you the rundown. You just looked away. When did Edgeworth get back? 2 minutes ago.
You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Thanks. I appreciate this. I could really use the help. Tell me about the original case. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was a psychologist, Dr. Metis Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, the body was found here in the Zoe room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see.
Ooh. What a terrible way to die.
This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. 7-year-old photos added to the court record. 2 photos of the body and crime scene. They were taken by the first person to discover the body. I also have the autopsy report for you. Metis' autopsy report added to the court record. Cause of death was a stab wound to the chest. The weapon pierced the heart, and so death was instantaneous. Murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was in a Japanese culture. And not just like this whole thing's in Japan. The body was found by Spice and a staff member and 2 police officers. Police were called in because the saboteurs fit in a Hat-1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. Keep going, keep going. I hear his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too. Security camera video. And a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall.
But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive?
This guy's motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right! There's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right! How the heck do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat-1 miracle.
Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets.
Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. I think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Hat-2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can stay the execution. It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence.
Let's do it together!
Hell yes. So that's it for talking to him. Alright, let's look around. Anything that could be evidence. This thing! Whatever the hell this thing is! It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench.
Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See that cute little food processor?
That's
That isn't a food processor, pals. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded into the Hope space probe at Fifel Die. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule, which reminds me.
So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right?
Yeah, more or less. Shay, why don't we stop talking about the case? Have a nice cup of tea instead.
Apollo and Aura Blackwell? I wonder what they're talking about. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mind this? It's a custom-made shock-resistant bag. But how did you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? The Hope capsule's been updated. It was at the crime scene 7 years ago, was launched into space, and only returned to Earth a few days ago. Is Aura Simon's daughter a sister? I do believe. I gotta ask you about the Judgetron JT02. This is one heck of a robot.
There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judgetron JT02.
I don't believe we need to bother with that, pal. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. They were building the Hope space probe at the time. It may have occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh?
But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo.
Yes, you can see the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture, that's the moon rock. That was a thunderstone. Now the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen.
I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there.
So the person who stole it, think it was our spy? Oh, I'm sure of it. Uncle Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Fortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit. Alright. Big stupid fuck off ball. You can look at this thing. A microscope? What's this? It's like a giant power plug. Oh, yeah, it kind of does. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station. Oh, it's for you?
It's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up.
Wow, machines that maintain themselves? That's pretty cool.
If our batteries went out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see.
I need to double check if I've got the voices on these robots mixed up here. Give me a second. Give me uno momento. No, I've got them right. Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? You got some big heavy containers here. Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around.
I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. We could even probably both fit into the biggest one. I know, we'd have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us.
I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. He's not even gonna comment on that. What's this? Giant robot arm, maybe?
It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think these thin parts here are finger holes, finger bones. Or even about as long as my legs.
There's a spiked ball and giant drill in the floor, too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of massive destruction?
Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something.
I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street doing just that. I better not think about it anymore. You do well not to do that, I think. Let's check the other side of the room here. So you've got... This is where the body was found. It looks like an operating table. It's in the photo, too. Yes, it was here then as well, with the victim's body lying on it.
There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it.
Pearls, don't touch the...
Oopsie.
Hey, it's moving! Appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. I see there's an emergency ladder. Yeah, that must be the ladder they lowered. An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. The explosion disabled the elevators. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. As Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. The emergency ladder's been added to the court record. It was used to evacuate Space Center personnel. What else have we got here? We got some shit on the floor. We got picture of the victim. Aura's desk is a mess, so that doesn't surprise me.
Ooh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up.
Wait, before you do... Matesh. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. It's Meta Sykes. Klonko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal.
You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? You're gonna hit me. Please avoid the face area.
Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident?
When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused.
We calls Dr. Sykes mother, but Aura Blackwell Miss Aura? Okay.
With the loss, she exhibited a severe midichlorian imbalance.
Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means.
Pardon me, searching for alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying and then take out her feelings on those around her.
After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well.
That is correct, but without new evidence, the requests were ignored. And then little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura.
Before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Klonko, huh? Hey, Polly, welcome on in.
That murder destroyed so many lives.
Right, take a look at this paper and Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Klonko and Klonko. They're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. A heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features. And they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That bullshit is amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you. What's that? What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Kinda sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Yeah, I wonder if there's something to that. Well, I guess that's about it for this room. So what do you think, Roy? Any ideas? There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth? What? He did? Yep, he called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. Oh! You mean to tell me this is a work? Huh. So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back? Yep, the Blackwell case. Right, I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? Haven't been one for a long time. Now that your misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that issued in the dark age of the law. Very soon a convict will stand as prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Aye, just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right, I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I stood on the phone the other day. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. It looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. He did say that. I'm going to end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about. The dark age of the law sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever. When I became district attorney, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. Lawyer was caught fabricating evidence. A year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. Wait, do you mean? That's right. He's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. It was a downward spiral after that, an absolute nightmare. After those two cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. Love that. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Looking at you, Joe Biden. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together. I'm an idealistic weenie. It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other. Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new district attorney to lose many a night's rest. Actually, I fucking sleep just fine. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? Hostage Tyke is just dying for the courts is a perfect example of the times. Sure is. Do you have any idea what hostage Tyke you might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? So I'm in Blackwell's oldest sister in the out of this room. Well, I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess.
Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve the UL1 and prove Blackwell's innocence. And then maybe she'll release the hostages! Oh, I'm counting on you, right, to set that prosecutor and his hostages free. And I'll be counting on you and court to help me, too. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. This isn't an official trial. I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox.
Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation?
Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena.
She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center.
So I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again.
Yay! We get to fuck with Edgeworth.
She was right by my side only a few short hours ago. But I feel like I haven't seen her in ages.
Oh, Mr. Wright. And Pearly, too. I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant.
And because you're my friend and I was worried about you.
Thanks, boss.
I'm not the only one who's worried either.
Really? Who else?
I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself, she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place.
Oh, so you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you.
That's all right, but there are some other things I'd like to ask you.
Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you.
I hope not. About the day of the crime. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered.
I was actually at the Space Center that day.
No kidding.
And in the Space Museum.
Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good.
I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time.
That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that.
She's kind of taking us out of the moment, but whatever. So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This is before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said close to repairs, and they weren't letting anybody in.
Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there.
But I snuck in anyway.
Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo? The one with your mother in it?
I did. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket.
That jacket on display, that was Dr. Sykes? The exhibit's been updated. The jacket belongs to Dr. Sykes.
But I should have known it wouldn't be as easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Emotional damage. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow, but I guess I passed out.
Oop. You can tell by the thud noise she made.
When I came to, I was in a passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me.
Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave? How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena?
I was out until noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into the boarding lounge too. My mind must still be fuzzy because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay?
I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So, during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum? Of course, I believe her. But will anybody else?
Can we talk about what your mama was doing there? With his psychology and space bullshit?
What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing?
Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice. And my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt.
Wow, robots that can understand people.
Yeah, we don't even have that now. I was just a convenient subject for her research. Oh. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me.
Oh.
Oh, sorry about that. Dredging up all that old stuff.
No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated.
Yeah, careful. Clonko GPT is coming.
Oh, by the way, Miss Wood says something about you always wearing headphones.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said it might have made them for her as part of her research.
I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much. But she wouldn't listen.
What were they for?
Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand.
Okay. But let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research.
I want to believe that. But just about the only thing my mother left me with are the widget. And this earring.
Ooh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it is. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research.
Oh.
Maybe she did love me in her own way.
I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe, too. Moon rock earring added to the court record. It was apparently cut from a real moon rock that was used for research. I better ask a little bit more about her mother's research. I should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. Yeah, you probably should, Mr. Wright. Show her the binder.
Oh, the Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab.
You seem to really love Ponko and Clonko.
Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know?
Oh, here's one of those cute robots in this photo, too.
See Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them round and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. God, what a weirdo I was.
It looks like there's something written on the bandages.
Yeah, I wrote stuff like, get well soon, Ponko. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash.
Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab.
I was so impressed with what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked like magic to me what she could do.
A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it.
Keep going, keep going.
I need more details. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center?
Yes, a little. And this person is even taking hostages.
Yeah, I guess I better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to a retrial of the case from 7 years ago.
What? You're kidding me. So that means Prosecutor Blackquill might...
Yep, I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So, wait, did you know him back then?
Yes, he used to come visit my mom a lot.
Oh.
Is that so? He studied psychology under her. I bet that's not the only thing he studied under her. Hey-oh! Come on, I had to. It was right there. I looked under Jordan. What do I see? Mrs. Jordan. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow.
Oh, well, a lot of people here are going to be disappointed to hear that. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes.
That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Emotional damage. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart was screaming that he didn't kill her. I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about?
She heard the voice of his heart. Is that so? You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony. Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time.
But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell.
But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful.
Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I want to become the strongest lawyer I could be.
Is that so you could get Blackquill off of the crime?
I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me.
It doesn't seem like Athena knows. The prosecutor Blackquill is due to be executed tomorrow.
I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him.
Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned that there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackquill.
I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say?
No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent.
He was? I wonder if he smiled like he used to back then when he was banging my mom.
If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here.
What the hell do you want? Hey, I thought you might be, Mr. Lawyer. We're in trouble. How? How are we in more trouble than we already are? We are? Well, what is it now? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session. Oh no, but this is an emergency. Fine, we'll hold it at Chili's. We have it catered. Very difficult to interrupt the trial once it's underway. My phone? It's from Trucy.
I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages.
No, wait, we still have a little more time. Besides, all the courtrooms are being used right now.
Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think?
No! Don't you dare hurt her! There has to be something I can do! Nah, the cruelest injustice is about to befall us! No, this can't be happening! Mystic Maya, help us! Wait a minute. Maya? I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have really been something, although weird is par for the course with you. A courtroom blew up? That's it! There is a courtroom we can use after all!
Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her?
Hold it! No, that's not a good last word. Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed.
So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway.
We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber. OSHA will shit itself, but who cares? Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick. I wouldn't have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away. I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven?
My brother? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention, it's not Simon you'll be defending.
What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell?
I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass.
What?
See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright.
What is she talking about? Athena! Of course. Why did it never occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? I don't know, I feel like you'd remember that. I don't know, I tend to remember when I murder somebody, but anyway. No! No!
General quarters, all hands man your battle stations. Set material conditions Zebra throughout the ship. Make Zebra report to DC Central.
What? No way! It can't be true! Mr. Nick, what's the matter? I see 5 black cyclocks. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart.
And there's no way to remove them. To be continued. Excuse me while I run a quick number or two here. Just a quick little thing here. Gonna run some math. This is gonna take a hot minute. I think what I imagine is going to happen is the thing about this is this court case is like the longest court session in the entirety of Ace Attorney. I fully believe we will spend the next 2 shows we spend doing this in trial. We have been live for 4.5 hours, but what we will do is we'll preview it. We'll just do the first 5 minutes of it just to see how it goes. Defendant lobby number 5 on December 20th. I did a little research. I looked into those special cyclocks you mentioned, Mr. Dick. You did? That's great! I really appreciate it. A red cyclock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. The person falls under questioning, the lock breaks, and the truth comes out. Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. But a black cyclock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that the person isn't even consciously aware of. So even they don't know it's in there. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the Cyclocks. According to my research, Black Cyclock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. Okay, but that's not a thing that exists, so we're good, right? Hey, Jerry, welcome on in. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Gulp. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. All right. Will you be all right by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength. And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls. All right. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Dick. Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Again, this is just a preview. We'll play this again on Wednesday. All right. Time for the shattered out courtroom. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. But all rise for the Right Honorable Judge Dumbass. Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap.
Please try not upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. What?
This is no trial. This is nothing more than a ridiculous farce.
What did you say?
Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to his honor? However, this ridiculous farce was a very important meaning to our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which the prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law.
I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today.
Precisely. Darkness will be dispelled, and glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, right? The situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. Prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on account of murder in the first degree.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
Bitch.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
Where's your damn glasses, bro? This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. It's my duty to declare Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy.
The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor, bitch, Your Honor. I'm as a simple prosecutor. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Simple Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known as like to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Of course, you're right. I was just joking. Just having a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago, on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Miss Sykes, was killed in a robotics lab on the 3rd floor. Athena's mother. Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. I did not mean to rhyme. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only person that called on in the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photograph, which captured the moment of the crime. They're incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed. Could you not, please?
Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now, hurry up and call the witness.
Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know.
Oh, perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. Besides, the culture is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. Prosecution calls its first witness. A witness is sorted to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? And just who is this witness anyway? Please, God, tell me it's not... Oh, it's you. I was expecting Cosmos. Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. What are you doing here? I just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Laura Blackwell. She says she's too busy. Well, with confining and threatening hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonko.
I'm nothing more than a server in this. Do your best. I'm watching you.
Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear the theory. I have in Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. You're literally testifying to hearsay? Okay. Simon isn't a murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. Totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? But the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. Yeah, we saw those. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought the prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in a corridor, at least at a robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with a case. I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. The 7-year itch has been updated in the court record. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant, Athena Sykes, found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Spice Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown whether Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony. Also, it'd be kind of a fucked up concept. And there was no witnesses, evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi. That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. Victim is the accused mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. So, wait, are we unironically trying an 11-year-old for murder? Aren't there, like, laws against that? Like, if a kid kills someone as 11, you can't try them as an adult 7 years after the... Ace Attorney. Dr. Sykes is a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Anna? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yeah, she's done it quite a few times in court. Now, the ability to read emotions from speech and the subjective abilities research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I guess I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting? I've done me best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Ah! Order! Order in the court! What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. We must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could, Dr. Fulbright, please refer to the notes.
Edgeworth sounds like he drinks and plays rugby, and you here for it? I'll bet. But this is where we're going to stop for this little preview for the evening, for we have been live for almost 5 hours. It is late, and regrettably, I do have to participate in capitalism tomorrow. So what we are going to do is we're going to start to wind down for the evening. All right, well, it seems we've just about set the stage for Endgame. We're finally in the court phase of Turnabout for tomorrow. I hope y'all like the court segments of our Ace Attorney shows, because it's literally going to take us 2 streams to get through it. I'm not bullshitting you on this. It is going to take us 2 shows. So Wednesday night and Thursday night, make sure you stop on by for the back-to-back 2-part epic Ace Attorney Dual Destinies finale. But all right, before we figure out where we're going, let's read off the list of gravitas. Your biddies, trade subs, and tippies to this channel will never required, always appreciated. We love the shout out at the end of the show. Let's see what kind of action we had here tonight. It's the quiet show, but it's because I usually shoot off at the mouth. That's what happens. MSK, thank you for the biddies. Mary, thank you for the raid. Amalgamane for the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you sub to the channel, you can grab the first one. If you ain't sub to the channel, you can grab the second one. We love to spread the love around. Not always at the same place in the face, but at the end of the day, drop you off somewhere where we think you're gonna have a good time. Let's see who's up to what with who's on this wide, wonderful world. We just so happen to call it Twitch. I'm gonna check one spot. I'm gonna check another spot. Alright, tell you what, here's what we're gonna do. Someday I'm gonna get my happy ass back into playing some of these older Resident Evil games, because I love them and you love them. And as such, we got Azure Kyla. She always loved playing Resident Evil 3 and all these various mods. Tell you what, let's go say hello to her. She's cosplaying as the Jill Army outfit from the Resident Evil 1 remake. So, I mean, hey, we love the dedication to the bit after all. We have to respect it. Anyway, we'll be live next Wednesday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, for the first half of the Turnabout for Tomorrow finale. More Ace Attorney, more voices, more intrigue, more twists. Literally all of the twists. I don't know how Ace Attorney is going to top this case. I honestly don't know. And if you want to know where this is going, make sure you come on by for both Wednesday night and Thursday night. Thank you very much, everyone who followed, biddied, rated, subbed, lurked for me, put up with my bullshit we're here the entire time. You all continue to contribute to the ongoing success of this shit show we call the Pib Show. Thank you very much for stopping by. And we'll see you next time. Good night, everyone. More twists than M. Night Shyamalan movie marathon. Half of them won't even be as stupid. See you later, folks. Mwah.
Bye.